All right. Good evening, everybody. Let me just take a quick second here. This might mess up the stream. No, we're all good. Okay, so my audio is coming through. I'm just going to adjust a couple of my settings here. Some of you saw me play this once upon a time, and I don't think I have gotten a more sort of like universal um, I don't quite know how to describe it. Like there was pretty much universal appeal for this game, and I think a lot of it is a a nostalgia factor. Yeah, we're already past the title screen, but this is a game which it seems to be. Now, I mean, I come from Western Canada. Now, the company that made this at the time was called Dydatech and is now called Ingenuity Works. It's actually still ready to go. And it seems like there were two pieces of software on every single lab computer that I ever went to. And this is actually meaningful because I, as it turns out, went to a lot of schools. My dad was a school administrator. So he was a vice principal, basically. And I went to a school in my hometown, and then we moved to another city for a while. It was actually a really small town, and then we moved back, and I was in elementary school in each of those cases. So I had three different elementary schools. Then I went to middle school. And then high school, I went to a different high school than all of my other friends. And that high school wound up getting a new building. And so halfway through that high school year, I wound up going into another building with new labs and whatnot. And then on top of that, because my dad was a school administrator, excuse me, and especially because my mom died when I was younger, this would mean a lot of times either to get home or, you know, if he had to do some extra work and there's nobody else to take care of us, I'd wind up coming along with him. And I loved computers, so it would give me lots of opportunities to go into computer labs. And one thing that I remember quite a bit about computer labs is that it did not matter what type of computer it was there. And it didn't really matter how old or new the lab was. Every single one of them seemed to have Crosscountry Canada on it, and then a typing program, which was also by the same company, called All the Right Type. So I actually don't think I ever got to try Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing, which seems to be the other big typing program that people would have done. So yeah, it's funny. I kind of assumed that this was a fairly narrow experience for me. I will be playing the game, by the way. This part of this is just the lead-in to let people come in and to chat. Oh, crap, actually. Sorry, guys, just give me a quick second here. I completely forgot to tweet out that the stream is starting. I think this is probably why I don't have as many people as I was expecting. Let me just get the up really quickly. All right. So sorry about that. Actually, the thing that's kind of funny is there's another detail about how I'm going to be doing the stream, which is revealed on that tweet that I just put out, but you won't see. So, anyways, so just to recap, so lots of computer labs. Every computer lab seemed to have this, because I believe it was actually also available on. Like, so generally the computer labs that I had older computers. And I seem to remember that there is a more up-to-date version of this one, which had more than just the DOS sounds. Now, this is available on the Internet Archive, which is where I'm currently playing it. You might have seen that in the background. But anyways, I kind of assumed that once I found out that this company was a Vancouver-based company, I sort of assumed that it was school districts in Western Canada that, excuse me, that sort of, had the wider adoption. But as it turns out, after I played this, there were a ton of people saying, "Is like, I want to see you do a full round of Crosscountry Canada. Like, this is." I remember playing this game when I was growing up. This is great. So it turns out that there is a sequel to it, and it wasn't the first one in the series. Apparently, this series goes back to 1985, and the first game was Cross Country USA. There is currently a Cross Country Canada 2, to which I understand you can still buy and play. I've never played it myself, but again, I do remember a version of this which had sort of, I don't even know what you call it, but the sort of sound that you would get through, a more modern sound system, the sort of thing that normally you'd get like a separate card for in other computers. But yeah, it definitely feels like there's a very heavy nostalgia level for this. So I'm going to be doing two things tonight, and I have no idea if there's going to be an audience for this or not. We're going to be playing Cross Country Canada. I'm going to show you a couple of details about the game which may not be apparent, and also some facts that I've learned about it going along the way. But because this game is labeled 1991, I'm also going to, each time that we pick up or deliver a commodity, I'm actually going to talk about that commodity. I've got the Statistics Canada website up in another tab, and I'm going to bring that up, and we are going to close that gap, because if this is an educational game, by God, we're going to learn something. So notice Cross Country Canada is copyrighted. All registered owners of Cross Country Canada are entitled to own only one backup copy. The backup copy is to be used for archival use only, and may not be used for as long as the original disc is still functioning. You may not distribute Cross Country Canada to others. You may not transfer this version of Cross Country Canada from one computer to another over a network. Do you want to play a game that has been saved? No. All right. So a couple of things to note about this this setup. I'm going to make an adjustment. So one player, as much as I'd love to do Twitch Plays Cross Country, actually, oh God, I got to find a way to set up a Twitch Plays. Twitch Plays Cross Country Canada would be great. So number of commodities to get. We're going to do 9, so it's going to be a long run. Commodity table number. I'm going to show you how you can mess with this. You can actually mess with it in the emulated version in the Internet Archive. And usually what would happen here is that you go into the computer lab, and inevitably somebody had filled alternative commodity tables with lots of like illegal substances and whatnot. Because I am impossibly square, I did go, like, I loved being able to go in and just mess around with the internals of game. I mean, this is apparently the start of modding for me, and I never went beyond that. That's not true, actually. I tried to make one other mod in the past, but we'll save that story for another one. But like, I would never, like, I would be doing just the most tame, like, real stuff. So I don't think computers were one of the commodities in this game, if memory serves. And I'm like, well, oh no, there are computers in this. So what else did I do? God, I don't even remember what I put it. But like, I remember it was like real, like I wanted to make real things that I didn't see inside of the game already. But like, if you would, pretty much anytime you'd go to a lab computer, you'd see people putting like drugs inside of it. And what was particularly funny was I would actually be teaching people how to adjust these commodity tables, and like they'd immediately put like marijuana or well, weed, they'd write. And I was like shocked and like, why would you do that? Like, what if somebody else plays the game? Like, you'd ruin it for them. Failing to realize I was apparently the only person in the school who would who thought that was beyond the pale to not put. Anyways, yeah, so I'm a nerd. Yeah, so we're going to do one player game. No, it's basically a hot seat game. I think when you pick up items in a 2-player game, actually, I'm curious, can you do more than, oh no, press 1 or 2. So if I do 8 players, yeah, it doesn't like that. 9-0. But yeah, so I think what happens is when you like pick up a commodity, it says player 2, go to the keyboard, and you do it. Now, I don't want to do what is effectively an 18 commodity game. 9 is enough. So we're going to start our trip. Player number 1, please type in your name and best press enter. Dispatch notice. Attention System Chalk. January the 2nd. Welcome to Crosscountry Canada. Your assignment is to pick up all the commodities on your list and deliver them to Whitehorse, the Yukon Territory. You will first start in Toronto, Ontario. The first commodity on your list is steel. Good luck. All right. Now, there is a way... Here's the funny thing. When I first played this, I always wrote down what the final city was because I did not know that there was any other way. I did not know there was a way to find your destination. It turns out that there is. But we're going to take a minute here and talk a little bit about the game. So this is it. Here is Canada. This is already an outdated map of Canada. Does anybody in chat happen to know why? But Valiant Cheese says taking notes is the best regardless of whether or not you have to. Great to see you again, Valiant Cheese. This will probably make no sense at all. And I did like a big sort of introduction to it, my usual sort of 10-ish minutes to set up the chat. So I won't go into full details, but apparently every computer in like computer labs in Canada has every computer in Canada, or computer lab in Canada, apparently has a copy of this game, and there's a really big nostalgia factor going on for this game. So looks like there might be too many provinces on the southern half. Northern province is split now. Ben Skull TW got it. Oh, you've been lurking from the beginning. Okay, excellent. Yeah, Ben Skull got it. So in this case, I believe it's got the correct number of provinces, but Nunavut basically runs something like this. Or does it go up and to the left or up to the right? Wow, God, I can't remember what direction Nunavut go. It would make sense to me if it was up and to the left, but I don't think the Northwest Territories is that high. But Ben Skull's got it right. This game predates the addition of Nunavut. I believe Nunavut came... I think it was in the noughts of the year 2000. Let's actually here's what we're gonna do. Up and to the left. Okay, so it means this. Yeah, actually, so this is making sense because I always think that that the Northwest Territories is a lot bigger than it really is. What is this projection? It's funky. It's the 8-bit projection. Yeah, it's bizarre. So let's figure out. I'm going to make a guess that it's. Sorry, I'm going to make a guess that it had like 2001. Let's take a look. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. It is actually the 20th anniversary of. Well, getting near the end of the 20th anniversary of Nunavut. It was actually 1999. So. That is a really small image. There you go. So as you can see, I have no idea what I'm talking about. So none of it actually runs up to the left like that. So this used to be called the Northwest Territories in its whole. It divided over. I do know that the capital is Iqaluit, although I'm going to double check on... yes, it is Iqaluit. But there you go. That is the outdated menu. Okay, so one thing that I found out about this game, I am doing one small cheat, which is I have a game FAQs with the commodity list. Now, I don't know who would have played this inside of their computer lab. The computer labs I went to had a map that was put up on the wall, which showed you the routes for Crosscountry Canada, and it would actually tell you the commodity table. So wherever like where you could get the certain commodities. I have been told though that apparently that was just for teachers. Like that was the equivalent to the teacher's solution manual for like certain university textbooks and whatnot. So I could be cheating here, but there's more than a few cities in Canada. So I think there's something a little bit more interesting in terms of talking about the actual objects that we're picking up rather than like stumbling around the country trying to find where the designers felt that we should be finding these things. So I'm going to be playing it with half of what I would have had when I played this as a little kid, which is to say that I will have the information, like I'll have where you can pick up the commodities, but I'm not going to have the full map of Canada. So this is the political map of Canada, and if you want, you can do you can get the local map. So I think political map is going to show you Canada, the 10 provinces and 2 territories, now 13 of Canada. And then map is going to show you a local map. So in this case, this is the southern part of Ontario. And this is the fun. So how did I know to do map or PM? This game did not give you instructions on the language. So this is a little bit like when I tried to play Leisure Suit Larry, not the remake of it, and not the remake of the remake, the original Leisure Suit Larry, or the first 3 Space Quest games off of GOG. Those adventure games got their start, their genesis is sort of the adventure games that didn't necessarily have images. And it turns out there's a whole genre of adventure game that I've never seen before, which is purely text-based. And in between the text-based ones and the ones that I'm familiar with, so sort of like Quest for Glory or the LucasArts games or Gabriel Knight or anything like that, it turns out that there was a batch of them where you didn't really have anything that resembled a point-and-click interface like we're familiar with, and you'd still type in the commands. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so excellent, Valiant Cheese. So this is the funny thing. When Valiant Cheese says, I'm glad I can get somebody else to confirm this for me, because I'm getting this because I like Monkey Island, and I like Gabriel Knight, and I like Space Quest, but I only ever saw Space Quest like 5. And so I was like, oh, sure, yeah, I'm going to totally play Space Quest 1 through 3. And I'm like, I have no idea what this thing is doing. I stopped. I still haven't been able to play them. Quest for Glory is a big touchstone for me. I didn't really get that far in it, but it was the one where it was like this Transylvania type city. I'm pretty sure it was Quest for Glory 4. But I have them on my computer now, so I want to try them out. I think the first adventure game I ever played was a Sierra one called Mixed Up Mother Goose. And that was sometimes on school computers, but I think my parents got that for me at some point. I think that's part 4. You only played the first one. You played it a lot, though. I've actually opened up the first one. I haven't gotten too far in it. Anyways, oh my God, there's a lot of you here, so I actually probably need to start playing the game now. So we were talking about how games come with manuals. Apparently, this game was designed for computer labs, and it specifically did not tell you the language to play this game. That part of the edutainment of this game was that you needed to figure out what the commands were. Now, the drawback is that I played a lot of this as a kid, so I'm going to actually know most of the commands and whatnot. And incidentally, if you want, when you go to this website, you can actually scroll down. It didn't have the source available, but you could mess with the commodity table. I think you were in the chat when you heard that. But no, in this case, you could mess with the commodity table. To my understanding, you had a map, but that is open to dispute. And this is the thing, like, I don't know if people just stole the map from computer labs or if that was originally intended for the instructors. And what else was it? I think I'm just reiterating the point that you didn't know the commands. But yeah, so the way I'm going to play this for myself, I'm not going to look up any commands. So if I don't remember them, I'm in trouble and I'm going to have to learn this again. I am going to take a look at a commodity list on GameFAQs.com. But if you want to play this and you go to the Internet Archive, you can scroll down and get all of the commands. But I encourage you not to, because if I could figure it out as a little kid, so can you. So the first thing you can do if you want is look. And I'm beside a restaurant, and it's 7 o'clock in the morning, and apparently in Toronto they don't have street lights. So what are some of the things that we might want to do? Well, we could turn on lights. Okay. And well, we are in a vehicle, so put on seat belt. There we go. Congratulations on your good habits. If I wanted, I could type down. And apparently, even though my seatbelt is on, I have in fact gotten down on the ground beside my truck. This does not serve any purpose so far as I can tell, so I could go up and get back in. I don't know if I have to put on my seatbelt again, though. Excuse me. It's on. I will look like a complete crazy person. All right. So the game tells me that there are, I guess steel is the one thing we're not going to find any Statistics Canada facts out about. But we can get steel from Hamilton, Ontario, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and Sydney, Nova Scotia. Text parsers often convey a sense of the possibility space. Anything is possible. The majority of things won't do anything. There's always a sense that there might be something you haven't yet discovered and can be powerful. I kind of feel like they sort of did this, but I don't know how effective it was. I clearly managed to get through the game, though. So, all right, turn on truck. Listen to that. Turn on radio. You hear a weather report. Clear and cold weather today. So let's go back to the map. So Nova Scotia is a bit far away. So we can go to Hamilton, which is just down to the southwest. So let's go to the southwest. Stop. Hitchhiker. Oop. Picking up hitchhikers can be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to? Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, but don't blame me if you get caught. You are stopped by the highway patrol. The officer gives you a $50 ticket for speeding. With a carefree wave, your passenger departs. Get steel. All right. Well, we've now got our steel. So, dispatch notice. Good work, System Jock. Here's a clue to your next commodity. This powder is mixed with sand and gravel to make concrete. In 1988, Canada produced 12.6 million tons. What is this commodity? And I'm actually drawing a blank on this. I know concrete is a commodity, so cocaine well, yeah, Uncle Cranky, like this is the thing that you could do in this is you could oh wait, is it just cement maybe? Flour. So you could actually change the commodity list in this, and you could change the commodity list to actually have drugs. So like imagine like you're in grade 3 or something like that. Somebody's put crack, and like all of a sudden you've got Breaking Bad like decades before it happens. I always thought cement and concrete were the same thing, but oh, correct. The commodity that you need is cement. All right. So as we promised, I'm going to teach you all something about Canada and learn something myself. Behold, the Statistics Canada webpage. This is terrible to navigate, by the way. Currently Canada's population is 37.76, 79 million, 37.8 million. Consumer price index has gone up by 2.2%. You think you're already lost at this game? The unemployment rate is 5.5%. Traditionally, our unemployment is higher than the United States. And real GDP by expenditure went up by 0.3%. That is the quarterly number. That isn't annualized. But let's take a quick second. Let's click on data and let's see what we can find out about concrete. Oh, wait, no, it was cement. Okay, so we've got international merchandise trade by commodity, manufacturer sales, inventories, or that might be interesting. GDP by industries and provinces. We probably want... Oh, here we go. Annual survey of cement production and exports. So I think the game said there was like 12.7 million made. Wow, it really hasn't changed that much. Yeah, so production. Let's add... Or I don't want to add remove data. I want to add reference periods. And it's only for 2007, so we're not going to be able to take a look at the difference here. There may not... Cement may not be as exciting. Well, look at that. We've even got a breakdown of the composition. So let's take that. If you want, you can download this stuff. But I've got a Google Sheet open in the other... I thought I did. There we go. Behold Google. R, I think, is an indicator of statistical quality. So let me just... oh, that probably means that it was revised. So where was this? Yeah, R is a revised number. All right. By the way, this is, I'm sure you've probably figured out, completely improvised, so I don't actually know whether or not any of these things will be insightful. The hell happened to green? It's clinker. Oh, I forgot one of the R's. There we go. So, yeah, I mean, hasn't really moved a whole lot. I am really curious what clinker is, though. Let's do another search. Good old Wikipedia. In the manufacture of Portland cement, clinker occurs as lumps or nodules, usually 3 millimeters to 25 millimeters in diameter, produced by sintering, fusing together without melting to the point of liquefaction, limestone, and aluminosilicate materials such as clay, and during the cement kiln stage. There are a bunch of different ways of creating concrete. Clinker is one of them. Okay, so now I'm going to learn about Portland cement. Portland cement is the most common type of cement in general use around the world as a basic ingredient of concrete, mortar, stucco, and non-specialty grout. It was developed from other types of hydraulic lime in England in the late 19th century by Joseph Aspdin. It usually originates from limestone. It is a fine powder produced by heating limestone and clay minerals in a kiln to form clinker, grinding the clinker and adding 2 to 3% of gypsum. Several types of Portland cement are available. The most common, called ordinary Portland cement, OPC, is gray, but white Portland cement is also available. Its name is derived from its similarity to Portland stone, which is quarried on the Isle of Portland in Dorset, England. It was named by Joseph Aspdin, who obtained a patent for it in 1824. However, his son William Aspdin is regarded as the inventor of modern Portland cement due to its developments in the 1840s. And what was the other one that we had? Masonry and other cement. So let's see if there's an entry on masonry cement. Just got a general one. All right. One last thing I want to do about this, because again, like this is, please do not expect that there's going to be any kind of like hardcore data analysis going here, but So I guess the biggest thing that we can say, if it was, it said 12 something. So, I mean, there's more, but maybe not as much as you would expect. So one last thing I kind of want to do here is get these numbers, but I'd like to see if there's a change as sort of a proportion. So let's do one of these. Really? Wait, but if that's... These numbers don't add up. When this game said it was released in 1986, so those figures that concrete are probably best within the game's context. It was actually... This one, the version I'm playing is 1991. So why does the total not add up to the... I bet these two will add up. So I'm assuming this means that there's some proportion of Portland cement that isn't clinker, maybe? Let's do one last check to see if we can get definitions from Statistics Canada. The Cement Survey. It is an annual survey. The annual survey of cement measures quantities of domestic cement that are produced by Canadian manufacturers. The survey also measures the quantities of exported cement. Oh, this will be another interesting one. Let's see how much cement is exported from Canada. This survey measures on an annual basis the quantities of domestic cement that are produced by Canadian manufacturers. The survey also measures quantities of cement being exported. The quantities of cement produced are used as an indicator of the economic condition of the cement manufacturing industry, as an import to Canada's gross domestic product, and as an input into macro and microeconomic studies to determine market shares and industry trends. Data are used by the business community, trade associations, including the Cement Association of Canada, federal and provincial departments, and international organizations. Collection period begins on May the 4th, so these guys are revving up, and continues for 7 weeks. Its subjects are construction materials, manufacturing, non-metallic, mineral, and metal. Now, one thing that made me sort of interested in the fact that it doesn't really seem like there's a very large increase in production is that construction seems to be growing as in terms of an industry, like in terms of productivity and just size overall. So I would have expected to see some of these numbers go up alongside that. But that doesn't actually seem to be true in terms of this input, which is, I don't know, unexpected for me at least. But I also don't know a lot about this. I don't know a whole lot about this, so this is a chance for me to learn. The target population for this survey include... I won't, by the way, I'm not going to do this for every single one. I just, in this case, I don't actually know how this survey works, and I want to see if there's a way that I can find out why clinker seems to be sort of a subset of Portland cement. The target population for this survey includes manufacturers of cement in Canada as defined by the Standard Classification of Goods, SCG, that report this product to the Annual Survey of Manufacturing and Logging Industries, or ASML, record number 2103. This means that estimates from this monthly survey do not cover the entire universe of cement producers in Canada because the ASML does not survey all businesses. Instead, the ASML uses administrative data to cover the small and medium-sized establishments. These manufacturers are not part of this survey. Hard to say for sure, but it's usually rare for a port to a new platform, in this case DOS, to include content changes unless that platform's a closed one with specific values. Feels like it'd be a safe bet for this to be reflecting the mid-'80s culture and trends than the early 90s. It's quite possible. The one thing that I'll say, though, is I do know there's a version of this that I played which did have added audio into it. So I do know that there are at least different editions of this game with different features in terms of like the audio and whatnot, but you're absolutely right. Like it's entirely possible they just kept the 80s facts and moved along. I'm going to open the additional documentation in a tab just to see. The survey is a census with a cross-sectional design. Wait, how could it be a census if they don't have all of the manufacturers? This questionnaire was developed in collaboration with our clients. Regular dialogue is maintained with the clients and the respondents. Every effort is made to ensure that the questions asked remain relevant and can be answered by the manufacturers. I wonder if they have the questionnaire itself. Data collection for this reference period is 2018-05. Okay, right, we've already got that. So responding to the survey is mandatory. Data are collected directly from the survey respondents. Data are collected from survey respondents through a telephone interview. Data capture and preliminary editing are performed simultaneously to ensure the validity of the data. Businesses for whom no response has been received or whose data may contain errors are followed up by telephone or fax. In order to detect errors or internal inconsistencies, automated edits are applied to capture data to verify that the totals equal the sum of the components and that the data are consistent with the previous year's data. Data that fail the edits are subject to manual inspection and possible corrective action. In addition, subject matter experts analyze the data at more aggregate level to detect and verify any large year-over-year changes in the industry. Imputation. Missing data for the current year are imputed automatically by applying the previous year's value for the unit in question. However, an option exists for analysts to manually override this imputation with a better estimate based on pertinent knowledge about the industry or the business. Imputed data are revised in the following year if the non-response situation is resolved. Okay, so it's definitely about the survey. I'm just being impatient. See the target population. This survey collects monthly information on production, shipments, and end-of-month stocks of Portland, masonry, and other cement in Canada, as well as the regional distribution of cement sales by type of cement and export sales from all manufacturers to certain importers of standard Portland cement in Canada. The types of cement are standard Portland white cement, masonry cement, other cement non-standard type, which presumably is clinker. Oh, really? Okay, I guess we don't get to... I kind of wanted to see the questionnaire. Maybe we can find last year's? In the meantime, I am a little curious. Oh, did I get rid of the data tab? There's one other quick thing I'm going to check here before we go on. I kind of wanted to see the imports and exports. The other thing I wanted to check... Oh, here we go. Okay, here is what the annual cement survey looked like, presumably last year. So, purpose: the annual survey of cement measures quantities of domestic cement that are produced by Canadian manufacturers. The survey also measures the quantities of exported cement. Purpose: the annual survey on cement measures quantities of domestic... we've probably already read this, so... confidentiality. Your answers are collected under authority of the Statistics Act and will be kept strictly confidential. Statistics Canada can share your information with your consent or in limited cases where permitted by the Statistics Act. Given the important uses of its results, participation in the annual cement survey is required by law. Also, presumably there's a French version of this. Management change. Has there been a change in ownership during the reporting period? Was this company operational during the reporting period? Production: report only cement of own manufacturer and report in metric tons. Type of cement: Portland cement, masonry cement, aluminous cement, oil well cement, interground blended hydraulic cements, other cements, total of all cements, clinker. Okay, I definitely need to go back to this table because I think I know why. Funny. It really seems to suggest that there's more, so here are the exports. It really seemed to suggest that there was like a provincial breakdown from the description. Export of cement, please report. So Portland masonry, aluminous, oil well, interground, other cement, total of all cements, and clinker. Data sharing agreements. to report. Okay. So it's actually a relatively brief survey with a lot of description. Yeah, well, what I love is the fact that apparently it says that there are experts in cement. So there's a group of people who will like look at that data and be like, nah, that's a bunch of bullshit. Somebody did their job wrong. It would have went with a simple, do you make cement and how much? So let's see. Let's go back to the Google sheet. Let's do cement exports. So we got 1 year where it was not statistically significant to report. So the X's here mean that by revealing this information, it would reveal something about an individual or like a group of firms. So like the standard is usually like 10 or 5 from what I know. And so like all of these X's basically mean we can't tell you. Like here's a great example here that probably there was like one behemoth of cement in 2014, and that by reporting the breakdown of Portland cement versus masonry and clinker, that would have kind of compromised the for exports. There's like apparently the top exporter of cement that would have been revealed or whatever. Anyways, this might be an interesting graph because it actually looks like our exports are going up. Ooh, let's not do that. I wonder why Google liked the one and not the one for the line chart, not the other. Oh, it's probably because of the switch the axis, please. I mean, I might as well just reduce this to total. Yeah, I mean, it's not actually all that different from, so it's kind of like a dip down and a move up. But yeah, apparently we're exporting a lot. Hey, Kausnik, how you doing? Did you sell more cement than it? As far as you recall, hydraulic cement, non-hydraulic cement is about whether it requires water to set. Okay, Valiant Cheese, I'm now going to rely on you for all of the cement facts on this one. But Kausnik, just to let you know, we're doing something a little different here. This is a heavy nostalgia game for us. Now, one thing I was kind of hoping to do with the StatCan bits was to see if we would get an indication in terms of what province we would be going to next. But apparently, while it seemed that the cement production, oh man, okay, there's actually one other one that really interests me here. Cement destination of shipments monthly. Oh man, this is great. Okay, yeah, I'm totally gonna do this. Doing quite well. This is absolutely daft. I think one of the big problems was I didn't prepare stuff ahead of time, so like now I'm gonna be jumping all into some cement statistics. This is the game has told us that we need to get. The game has told us that we need to get cement. But seeing as the game was made in 1991, I want to fill in the details of let's say, let's just do total of all cement products. Oh, do they do the different destination? Oh, curse. Okay, we'll download the CSV. And this would be up to date because it's the StatCan website. You're sorry. So you're saying that there might be like regions where the regions where cement production's been changed. That I would definitely believe. But so I think with Google Sheets, I can just drop a CSV. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, crap. I think I just... All right, if I can't get this working... I'm gonna have to go without my. Or I'm not sorry. My curiosity about the. Excuse me. Curiosity about the destinations for cement is we'll have to go unsatisfied. But let's import. Upload. Now I wonder if there's like a transpose option. So yeah, I can spike these. I'm gonna have to get rid of the R's. There is a slightly better way of getting this data if you like working with like pivot tables and stuff like that. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be a complete pain to work with. I also know Excel slightly better than Google Sheets, so there should be like paste, transposed. Yeah, but then the problem with that is I still don't have kind of the natural break, and it doesn't seem to be telling me the destinations and whatnot. Anyways, the old StatCan site used to be a little bit better in terms of being able to like run around and talk about destination of, for shipments and whatnot. The fact that it's like all broken down like this, it would be very cool. Like I'd kind of be interested to see whether or not the shipments have changed over time, because there's sort of been this big shift in terms of economic activity being focused in Western Canada a little bit more over like the longer run. And I think you might be able to see that reflected in inputs like cement and whatnot. But it's probably a little bit more trouble than it's worth. And I'm absolutely shocked that it's still double digits of people watching. So let's just ask where the cement is made according to Crosscountry Canada and whatever year they put it in. We've got Calgary, Alberta, and Kingston, Ontario. So this is the hard part for me, because there's a side of me that kind of wants to, what's the best way to put it? It'd be fun to go all over Canada, and I don't know what the other ones are going to be. So yeah, you know what? Let's do it that way. So let's try and we'll prioritize provinces that we haven't been to. So let's go to Calgary to get our cement, even though we'll actually be going through the other locations. So, all right, let's lock the truck. Yes, there we go, northeast. Kausnick says, I'm surprised you can do this. I would go mentally insane if I tried doing something like this. Too many numbers and letters. Too many. Oh, well, I mean, working with data is like my day job. So that I don't have a problem with. But this game didn't tell you what the commands were. So this is the fun part. All right, so let's go northwest. Weather bulletin, clear. Now, there's some other features about this game which I haven't shown you yet, other than like speeding and whatnot. Okay, so if I'd gone northeast, we would have already had our cement. Let's go west to Sault Ste. Marie. You're a hobby statistician, so I'm digging this too. Excellent. One of my profs actually is at, I think, the University of New South Wales. He's like he's very good at price indices. So this is the stuff that determines like CPI and whatnot. he spends part of his time in Australia and part of his time in Canada now. All right, let's just keep blasting through. Not a whole lot to go on. Now let's do something dangerous. Picking up hitchhikers can be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to? Yes. Thank you very much. There is no more room. I bet that was the axe murderer. You were driving on the north shore of Lake Superior. Not that you would know. With a carefree wave, your passenger departs. So, let's do health. You are weak from lack of food and very tired. So, let's eat. You find a restaurant. You manage to find one. It's apparently My Cafe. Your meal arrives. You savor the roast duck and applesauce. You pay $10 and then leave. Now, if you do... I'm going to try this. So, turn off lights. Truck. Sleep. It's too cold to sleep here unless the motor is on. So, sleep in hotel. The truck is not turned on. Turn on truck. Vroom, vroom. Sleep in hotel. You look for a hotel. You drive and finally find one. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You waken 8 hours later and you're in perfect condition. For $300 off your gas bill, pick up silver. So, you know what? We'll do that after we get the cement, because I feel like that's another opportunity for us to learn about Canada. So, it's 8:13 a.m. You do have food and stamina in this game. And let's take a look at the map. So we're going northwest. The weather bulletin continues to say clear. So one of the things that I'm a little disappointed on in terms of this version is the one that had proper sounds. You could turn on the radio, and every once in a while it would have something, you know, it's like, "You've been listening to the history of the rutabaga. And now a word from our sponsors." And then there'd be this like car commercial, and it would basically sound like, "And now we continue with the history of the rutabaga." And you could never actually hear the car commercial, but you knew that was exactly what it was. And for some reason, I just found that hilarious at the time. So I'm really hoping to see if I can find that audio file at some point. Welcome to Manitoba, the land of the 100,000 lakes. Welcome to Winnipeg, capital of Manitoba, gateway to the west. All right. Where the hell did we say this? Oh, no, it's Alberta, not Manitoba, so we'll go west. I've actually had to do a survey on Brandon, Manitoba, which is where we're heading. You cross over the Assiniboine River. Welcome to Brandon, Manitoba, population 40,200. So you have trouble wrapping your brain around the economical impact of extreme cold. Fleets of workers and vehicles out every morning clearing icicles and roads. Truck drivers who leave their vehicles running while they sleep so they don't freeze. This mostly has to be absorbed by taxes, but tax rates don't seem significantly beyond what they are here. So it's still a head scratcher for me. That's a really interesting point. I mean, part of it's going to be reflected in terms of fuel costs. And in those cases, you don't necessarily need to do... like those already have kind of taxes on them and whatnot. I suppose what might be interesting is to take a look. Well, you know, the other way of measuring the impact, of course, would be like the other services. So if you have sort of two regions, one in a warmer climate, one in a colder climate. So I actually happen to know that Brandon, Manitoba has got they've got a snow removal service, but they actually have snow removal from the driveways. So it's not just that they plow away the snow on the roads, but they make sure that like you don't have to shovel out the driveway as well. But But yeah, so what would be kind of interesting would be if we're thinking about specifically the services that a city provides to deal with the fact that it's a colder environment and whatnot. It might be interesting to sort of see the comparison if you've got two countries with similar tax rates. Like, what is the composition of services? Like, do they have more libraries or something like that? That'd be kind of neat. I don't have an answer in terms of what the economic impact of winter is. Health. I'm ravenous and a bit tired. Okay, I guess I can have more than one meal a day. You see what I had right on the right. Your meal arrives delicious. You pay $10 and then leave. Turn on lights. It's only 7 o'clock, so we'll carry on. Welcome to Saskatchewan, Canada's breadbasket. Welcome to Regina, capital city of Saskatchewan. Population 188,000. So let's get gas. You look for a gas station and find one not far away. You fill your tank and then pay. Let's keep going west. Welcome to Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Population 38,000. All right. And we'll just keep on going. Let's take a look at health. I'm very tired. Well, we'll cross over into Alberta and then I'll get some sleep. We'll jail you if you make the obvious joke. Welcome to Medicine Hat, Alberta. Population 54,000. If I was better at this, I would also be comparing the population estimates between the two, but I have a feeling that I already went down that rabbit hole of cement, so I kind of know where I should be. Hey, the Eyes of Sin, how you doing? Health. You're very hungry. You are almost exhausted. All right. So let's start sleep in hotel. You look for a hotel. Takes you a while, but you finally get to one. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and are very hungry. So turn off lights. Eat. You look for a restaurant. You see one ahead on the right. Your meal arrives. You consume a tender steak with potatoes, the breakfast of champions. You pay $10 and then leave. All right, so we're going to go northwest to Calgary. So for every command that you put in, it does something, or there are a limited number of commands. No, so like, give me a command, Kausnik, and we can test to see whether or not the game will recognize it. One of the things that is interesting about it, though, is it was designed so that the player did not know what the commands were, that you had to infer them from what the game was telling you to do. $20 for a steak breakfast, so cheap. Yeah. Sounds like you. Oh no, get some food in you, Sin. I didn't have anything today until dinner. So the fact that my dinner was kind of crappy did not bother me at all because it was just like older leftovers. But like, because I didn't have anything today, I was like so happy to have it. So, I'll give you an example. Rob bank. I don't understand the word rob. So, actually, here's a fun one. So yeah, if you want to give any, rob the store. Oh yeah, here we go. So it says it doesn't understand rob. So if I do rob the store, I'm glad we are of the same mind. Yeah. So in that case, it doesn't understand rob. So I know anything that follows rob is not gonna carry through. But here's an interesting question for us. It's a $10. Was a $10 meal. So let's do a search for consumer price. Actually, you know what? As much as I would love to do the calculation for the consumer price index, I know the Bank of Canada has a tool. So poor Rob never gets to play the game. All right, so we've got the inflation calculator for the Bank of Canada. It's $10 in, I'm going to say 1991. Specifically January 1991. But in this case, this is a $16.45 steak that we had, including tax, apparently. Anyways, You all want to see what it's like to get cement, and I don't blame you. So let's just head northwest to Calgary. We won't speed, though, because I got a $50 ticket. The Dinosaur Museum's 40 kilometers to the north. Welcome to Calgary, Alberta, Stampede City. Population 684,000. All right. So, get cement. The truck is locked. Get cement. Good work, System Chalk. Here's a clue to your next commodity. This yellow metal is used in coins, jewelry, and dentures. Canada is the 4th in world production. What is this commodity? Do you have any ideas, chat? Because for this one, I may not actually bring up Statistics Canada. I've got an idea about what I will share with you. Mustard. Well, I mean, if we were going to be getting any agricultural goods, being on the prairies would probably be the most likely. Sorry, the prairies would be the most likely place to get it, although potatoes and Prince Edward Island are another thing. Let me bring up this resource. Golf. Excellent. You guys are the real champions. What I'm particularly going to like here, for those of you who don't know, actually, I really should have done this before. So Valiant Cheese is the game developer of... Why can I not find your itch page? Some of you may remember Valiant Cheese as the... Oh, yeah, right, it's Cheeseness. As the developer of Hive Time. And Hive Time is available. Developer of many things. Also, alumnus from Defiant, the people who made Hand of Fate and Hand of Fate 2. So in this case, I really enjoyed playing Hive Time. It is available on a pay-what-you-want basis on itch.io. Most of all, I just really encourage you to check out that page because there's a bunch of cool stuff there. There's been a recent update to Hive Time and as well as a new trailer. Or, no, sorry, you're still working on a new trailer. My apologies. Oh, that's awesome. We actually did the Full Throttle and Day of the Tentacle remasters as well on the stream. Those were really really popular. Actually, tell you what, sorry guys, this is like completely not Crosscountry Canada, but now knowing that Valiant Cheese worked on the Full Throttle remaster, I have to show you this clip because I was really happy. I was really happy with how this turned out. So this is... I actually kind of hate that I'm doing this because I really don't like hearing my voice. But here is how we introduced the Full Throttle remake. Welcome to Living Off the Land. We're back again with another tip for y'all. Now listen up. This one's for all you greenhorns out there. Chop wood and search for wild forage to earn some cash while waiting for your first harvest. Everybody's telling me to do work. So there's a fake Stardew Valley. We're not doing Stardew Valley tonight, folks. I'm sorry. There's kind of been an ongoing joke that I've had many false starts with Stardew Valley. There's always been another thing to interrupt me actually playing that game. And so everybody was finally getting ready. It's like, yes, he's finally going to do Stardew Valley. And that actually before... I believe it was something like 30 to about 45 minutes of gameplay of Stardew Valley, and then that kind of came in, and we were ready to do Full Throttle. So, little inside stream material there. But anyways, in addition to the developer side, I wanted to point out that Valiant Cheese is an Australian developer. And this is really important because the Australian Mint and the Canadian Mint have a bit of a rivalry. And as it happens, this is going to be a story where kind of Canada really really outdid the actually, you know what? Wikipedia might be the better source for this. Just give me one quick second here. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not just making this stuff up. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Uncle Cranky is also from Australia too. Sorry. The answer to the question is black tie. Yeah, kudos to all of you for keeping me on Crosscountry Canada facts. But I do want to share this one fact here because I think this is super cool. Okay. So, this is the story of the Canadian gold maple leaf. Canadian gold maple leaf is a gold bullion coin that is issued annually by the Government of Canada and produced by the Royal Mint. The gold maple leaf is legal tender with face value of 50 Canadian dollars. The market value of the metal varies depending on the spot price of gold, having a 0.9999 millesimal fineness. I don't actually know how to do that. 24 carats. And in some cases, 0.999999. The coin is among the purest official bullion coins worldwide. The standard version has a weight of minimum of 1 troy ounce, 31.10 grams. Other sizes and denominations include 1 gram, 1/25th of an ounce, 1/20th of an ounce, so on and so forth. You have one of the... Oh, neat. So there is a special coin that we made to achieve the purity. So like 0.99999 is the like, you are the rock star of mints purity. I believe that is the highest purity of any any mint. So in this case, like as it describes here, the composition 999.99 over 1,000 gold. So again, this is almost like perfect gold here. So to commemorate the occasion, there was the production of the big maple leaf coin. And like, this is your Dr. Evil moment because this is a coin worth, its face value is 1 million. They might have, oh, wait a minute. Pretty sure that they cracked 5.9 when you were there. Like the Canadian Mint or I don't know. I'm assuming Australia is at that point now, but, anyways, yeah. So like this was definitely the like, yay Canada moment. If you're like a mint nerd, the mint is in Ottawa, so I've completely gone on the tour. And what was particularly embarrassing was the person that I was with on the mint tour. I was telling them all of these facts about currency and coins and whatnot, and like how you deal with counterfeit and some of the features of coins and whatnot. And like 2/3 of what I said was brought up during the tour, and this person just kept like nudging me. It's like, I already knew that. So yeah, I am a huge nerd about this. Anyways, the Big Maple Leaf. The Big Maple Leaf, the BML, is a set of 6 1 million Canadian gold coins, each weighing 100 kilograms, 220 pounds, 3,215 troy ounces. They were produced by the Royal Canadian Mint in 2007 at their Ottawa facility, where the first BML produced remains in storage. As of March 17, the market value of a single Big Maple Leaf had reached approximately $4 million. On the 27th of March 2017, one of the coins was stolen from a Berlin museum. Oh, neat. I like the mint quite a bit. A big maple leaf measures 3 centimeters, 1.2 inches thick, and 53 centimeters, 21 inches in diameter, and is 999.99 over 1,000 pure. The obverse of the BML shows Queen Elizabeth II as she appeared on the Canadian coinage since 2003, when Susanna Blunt's design became the third iteration of the Queen's effigy to appear on the coinage. The others were 1965 and 1990. Blunt's design shows the queen in maturing dignity without a tiara or crown. Incidentally, that is not the portrait of her. I believe she is back to wearing a crown on the current coin. Without tiara or crown. Only one other RCM design ever had a monarch not wearing a crown. The reverse design is a stylized maple leaf by RCM artist and engraver Stan Whitten. Although I did convince someone that because Mike Myers is Canadian, that they did actually put Dr. Evil on the other side, which is why the Queen side is always shown. I betray the trust of my friends very frequently. The theft of one coin. In the early hours of the 27th of March, 2017, a big maple leaf was stolen from the Münzcabinet, coin cabinet of the Bode Museum in Berlin, Germany. The cabinet is known for its huge collection of coins. Incidentally, if you ever visit Ottawa, the Bank of Canada now has a very good currency museum as well. Known for its huge collection of coins, more than 500,000 pieces, among them more than 10,000 Greek and 50,000 Roman ones, though only a tiny fraction of these coins are shown in exhibits. A spokesman for the Royal Canadian Mint said, the stolen coin does not belong to the Mint. After creating the original, which is in storage in Ottawa, the Mint manufactured 5 more, which were sold to interested private individuals. The coin was lent to the Bode Museum in 2010 by an unknown private owner and was displayed there until it was stolen. In July 2017, police raids took place and arrests were made in connection with the theft. The suspects allegedly came from a family notorious for organized crime. Berlin police assumed that the coin was damaged during the theft when it was dropped from the train tracks onto the street. Investigators do not expect to find the coin, as they found gold dust on seized clothing and a car. Suspect the robbers may have melted the coin down. In January 2019, the trial of against the 4 suspects began. The 2 brothers and 1 cousin belonged to a Berlin family of Lebanese origin. They are being tried in a youth court due to their age. The 4th person, a 20-year-old employee of the Bode Museum, allegedly advised the others on safety measures. The whereabouts of the coin is still unknown. Yeah, absolutely. So one other thing I do know, one of the ones that was sold is on display in Dubai, but it's on display in the owner's house as a coffee table. Anyways, as you all might have guessed, we're getting gold. So I will do, in lieu of the Statistics Canada information, we'll move on. And I do want to pick up silver. So let's see if we can figure out a path. Oh, Kasunek, yeah, absolutely. So let's lock the truck. So Crosscountry Canada is a game where you drive around Canada and pick up commodities. This is an edutainment game that apparently is on every computer in Canada computer labs. So a lot of people wanted me to do this because it was like there's a very heavy nostalgia factor for it. But instead of just playing this game, which doesn't necessarily have a lot of features, I thought what I would do is I'd try and talk a little bit about Canada, and like we'd go to the StatCan website and pull up some facts and whatnot. So I obviously from that hint, gold is maybe not like. That's kind of the obvious answer. So in this case, I wanted to share a fun fact, which maybe people didn't know, which is Canada is actually, the Canadian Mint at least, is very good at getting pure gold, and the commemoration of the event with these special coins. So let's just I want to take a quick look at silver. So we can get that in Dawson in the Yukon Territory, Prince George, BC, and Timmins, Ontario. And presumably gold is going to be in the Yukon as well, but let's see where else we can get it, because I figure we can probably get both the Northwest Territories and the Yukon taken care of on our list. So gold is in Kenora, Rouen, Quebec, and Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Cool. So I think Northwest Territories is straight up. So in this case, we'll go north first, and then we'll go east. That's nice of them to recognize what the word was. So we'll go north to pick up the gold in Yellowknife, and then we'll head west to go to the Yukon to pick up the silver. Red Deer in the next exit. It's too dark to drive without your lights on. It is already on. You hear rock music. Well, it's worth a try. Welcome to Edmonton, capital of Alberta, population 784,000. All right, let's just go straight northwest. We obviously can't go up to Fort McMurray, known for the oil sands. Notorious for the oil sands might be better. Well, then again, Grand Prairie. Well, we'll go to Grand Prairie because there's nothing else. And drive safely, buckle up. That is the hint, by the way, if you've not done your seatbelt. 26,300 in Grand Prairie. Let's go north. Yeah, so this part of you pass near the Wood Buffalo National Park and then enter the wow thing. You had a seatbelt on. You've been in an accident. It's a good thing you had your seatbelt on. Health. I'm weak from lack of food and very tired. So that's why. So radio help. After a short wait, the tow truck arrives and the driver fixes your truck. Because you were wearing your seatbelt, the repairs cost only $100. So, you need to take care of yourself in this game. Turn on. Be more specific, please. Turn on truck. Continue. Welcome to Hay River, the Northwest Territories. I don't know anything about Canada. I cannot help you in this. Seatbelts save repairs as well as lives. All right, so health. You are weak from lack of food and almost exhausted. All right, so let's eat. Look for a restaurant and manage to find one. I have everywhere. So you enjoy a delicious breakfast. You pay $10 and then leave. Turn off lights. And now we will go sleep in hotel. For a hotel, you manage to find one. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and are in perfect condition. You pay $30 and then leave. Turn on lights. And let's go northeast to Yellowknife. You are on a bumpy gravel road. Great Slave Lake. Welcome to Yellowknife, capital of the Northwest Territories, population 14,900. So, get gold. The truck is locked. Unlock. Truck is now unlocked. Get gold. The warehouse is closed now. Business hours are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Lock. Get gas. You fill your tank and pay. Look, it is 12:52 a.m. So let's turn off lights. Turn off truck. Wait. It is too cold to wait here unless 2 motor is on. Okay, turn on truck. Turn on light. Yeah, we don't need to. Yeah, sure. Read book. I don't understand the word read. All right, wait. 1 hour later, wait. 1 hour later, wait. Health. You're very hungry and a bit tired. You look for a restaurant. You see one ahead on the right. Your meal arrives. Delicious. Pay $10 and then leave. Wait. Wait. Health. A bit tired. Unlock. Get gold. Forgive me if I am wrong, but 6:37 a.m. is after 6 a.m., is it not? Wait. Get gold. Ah! Yeah, Valiant Cheese. We've actually been to more than one location that's called System Jocks map. All right, let's just go back to Hay River. Turn off lights. Continue. Oh, good point. I think they actually tell you that the clock change. Oh man, I wonder if there is a change clock command. Oh, health. Let's risk it. Oh no, you have a flat tire. Change tire. With much heaving and straining, you manage to change the tire. I do like that they make the screen bump when you do that. So time. You need to use a verb. What time is it? Set clock. Okay. Ah! I should have seen what the time was. Anyways, get gold. Ah, I see that we're at shaft 1 of the generic mining company. All right, good work, System Jock. Here's a clue to your next commodity. This meat product is produced from steers or cows. In 1988, Alberta raised 4 million animals for this. What is this commodity? Anyone got any ideas? Is it halibut? Crystal meth. Well done. Lamb. Gordon Ramsay would approve. Actually, what I particularly like was Eyes of Sin was talking about this a little bit earlier. Beef. Correct. The next commodity you need is beef. So let's find out about, without Googling, guessing cow. Correct. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Except that it would be beef because they're talking about the meat product. Let's go to StatCan and see what we can find out about beef, and then we're going to find out what we can find about... Actually, we're going to get silver first, so... Silver. Looks like we're always going to get international merchandise trade by commodity, but that's not quite as interesting. So let's see... Oh, selected natural resource reserves. That seems like a fun one to look at, so... Closing stock. Recoverable uranium. Oh God, this is going to be a really neat one. This goes all the way back to 1961. They qualified it with steers just in case he thought it was prairie oysters. Yeah, the big walkable feasts. Man. Okay, screw it. Let's get all the data. All right. So this table, we'll also get some details about it, but we've got recoverable uranium reserves, proven and probable copper reserves, proven and probable gold reserves from gold mines, proven and probable lead reserves, proven and probable molybdenum, nickel, silver, zinc, bitumen, oil, natural gas, established reserves of natural gas liquids, recoverable reserves of bituminous coal, recoverable subbituminous coal or lignite reserves. I'm not sure what that is. Established sulfur reserves, proven and probable iron reserves, and proven and probable potash reserves. So we were going for silver. Eating Snack says, hello, yes, it's been a while. So sorry about my absence. I've been doing a lot of homework, and finally it's the weekend. Sorry, I know this is long and off topic, but I hope you've been well. I've been great, Eating Snacks. I was a little curious what happened to you, but I know you're in school, so it's actually not in my view, it's not a problem at all that you're doing something to better your station in life. I hope you're doing well. We finished the BattleTech game. That one was really fun. For me at least. And I'm playing a game that's very old. It's like 1990. But it's a game, it's like an edutainment game. So this was like on all of the computers, even like well after 1990, like into the 2000s and whatnot. This thing was still on the computer lab computers in Canada. And there's a lot of people who really like this game. So I really want to see these reserves. I've probably set myself up for a world of hurt by copying so much of the data. But this one I'm actually willing to put the time to stack it all in. So again, these are the proven and probable silver reserve. Actually, you know what? Oh no, I know how I'm going to do this. So we're in B. So every time I find 61, I'm just going to bring the stack down. I'm sure there's like a more elegant way of doing... Oh, I gotta... No. Think that'll do it? Yeah. No. Damn it. I am bad at this. So you're not spending money on was it you're not spending money on stock, right? You're just picking up, delivering. Fuel doesn't seem to have been a thing so far either. No, we've actually I've refueled the truck a couple of times with the get gas command. But you can spend an infinite amount of money in this game, and you're absolutely right. We're not getting stock or anything. We are getting we're basically picking up commodities and moving them across the country. All right, one more time. Damnation, why are you like this? I really want to see how these things move together. Okay, so we've got opening stock. Okay, so this is everything else. I'm not going to mess with it. Oh, really? Okay, so if I just delete this middle row here, will that still cause me that same frustration? I mean, it's all text based, so it's easy, especially on like the Twitch format. It's if you have infinite money, then why am I truck driving? I'm assuming it's like an expense account or something like that. This game definitely has some very weird logic, which we'll be getting to at the end of it. But I know because everybody really, really wanted to see this, I'm completely abusing my position as the streamer and taking my time to get to the end. All right, so where the hell did the... There we go. Okay, so this is stock. I can delete the years because I only need those once. So it's opening stock, additions, depletion, and closing. I mean, the shameful part of this is that I'm really just going to be taking this and making a line chart out of it. So this is probably more effort than it's really worth, but... This is actually a really curious thing about my education, is that I knew I was going into econ fairly early on in my university education. So I was like, okay, I'll just learn like stata, because that's usually what you do in economics, or what you usually use in economics. Let's just get rid of 77 to 61 because there's no data. Oh, one other thing I want to take a look about this, at this data set, there might be... Oh man, there's provincial data too. Okay, that would be fun, but I really don't want to do this exercise again over multiple provinces. So let's just take a look at the national numbers. And I should find out what that P means. Anyways, yeah, so like I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll learn stata. And like, what do I actually need to know for a whole bunch of jobs that I do? Like Excel, what do I do when I wind up doing Excel stuff? Like I flounder around like an idiot like I'm doing right now because I don't know all the shortcuts and hotkeys. All right, so some of these relationships are obviously not terribly interesting because, of course, depletions, I think are listed as... No, they're not. They're listed... Okay, so we've got negative additions. Okay, so we've got opening stock, additions, depletions, and closing stocks. So opening stock has kind of gone down and leveled out kind of halfway through 2000. I would sort of assume that you see some kind of a gap between opening and closing stock, so that's maybe not there. It's actually kind of really interesting to see this period on the additions. And again, just remembering what this is. So this specifically is proven and probable silver reserves. So basically, at the start from 1978, these were sort of the reserves that Canada had of silver. And that basically we've kind of got, I'm assuming the additions are like the exploration that's happening in terms of trying to find more. It would seem to me that depletions are sort of the rate at which we're mining the silver, and then what's kind of happening to it. I suppose one thing that's kind of interesting here is that like it seems like the depletion is going at a fairly regular rate. Actually, maybe it's just because the reserves are so high. It's weird that the rate of change isn't adjusting that much. So why does that account for so... I mean, no, okay, actually, sorry, this is making sense to me here, right? Because we've got additions, and the additions are below the depletions all throughout this period where it's moving down. Okay, yeah, no, I know how to read this now. So I really don't really understand you doing the statistic stuff. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't know what these numbers or stocks mean. Yeah, so this is the important thing here, Kasunik. Part of what I'm trying to do here is see what's happened in Canada since the game took place. So actually, one thing that I could do, if we want to say what's happened since the events of this game, we would want to remove... Why won't it let me remove? Surely there's a way I can filter by the years. There we go. So this is what's happened. Okay, actually, this is kind of neat. So part of this, Kasunik, is I'm just going to Statistics Canada and looking at some of the data. And part of what I'm doing is trying to understand what's going on. So like I've got these labels. So specifically what this table is from the Statistics Canada website, we selected the specific measure that we were looking at was the proven and probable silver reserve. So this is basically the silver that's in Canada that we can potentially mine. And what this data set allows us to look at is the opening stock. So how much potential, how much silver does Canada have overall? Additions, depletions, and closing stock. So closing stock would be at the end of the year, what did we have left? And then the additions and depletion would be the changes in between the two. Also, P stands for preliminary, so apparently that's sort of that's not a final number. And so part of this has just been me trying to figure out why the graph looks at what it is. So if we're saying is like, okay, what's the silver in Canada? And we'll say at the end of the year, the green line is the silver that's in Canada. As you can see, basically since the game, that number's been going down until about the mid 2000s. And then it sort of stayed the same, and then now it's sort of ticking down again. And I was like, well, why is this going down? I don't quite follow it. And if we say the red line is addition, so this is silver being discovered in Canada, you'll see that we're adding less silver than we're discovering in the over the time period. And then once the red line goes over the yellow one, we're adding more than we're depleting. And then you can sort of see here around this time that it's been flat. We've basically sort of been finding about as much silver as we've been depleting it. Now, one thing that would be kind of interesting to do here, let me see if I can find this time series. It'd be really interesting to find the price of silver over this time. So are we finding, is an increase in the price of silver motivating more discovery of reserves and whatnot? So let's see if I can find price of silver 1991 to 20, I think it goes up to 2017. That's not saying. We'll say 2017. So this is from macrotrends.net. There's not an easy way for me to enter this, and this is going to be a little tedious, but I'm just going to enter it in manually. So discovery reserves might be offset by technological advancement that allows for known exhaustive reserves to be further depleted. We were talking about that too. You're absolutely right. Although, of course, there might also be the the price of the commodity would also sort of inspire sort of a rush towards obtaining that technology as well. But I completely agree with you that the ability to pull more out of the existing mines is going to be contributing to that as well. Let's take a quick look. So sorry to have to do this by hand, but this is given in columns. So 31. So this is just taking the average closing price from this website. So we've got 554, 522. So this is, as you can see, what's happening here in the in-between time. Price of silver is going up. I knew about this because I was working at a bank around this time. And then I'm assuming at least some of this is also driven by the financial crisis as people move into precious metals. Your understanding surveying is usually sponsored by people who want to find reserves for something that is currently profitable or forecasted to be profitable. Okay. Nope. Well, it's only up to 2016. Now I'd probably have to use another axis for this, but I wonder if this gives me the option to do another. I mean, I guess the other thing I could do would be to say, like, what's the price per. Yeah, actually, here's what we're going to do. So let's just take a look at additions and depletions, because we maybe don't care about what the stock is. And this is not the most scientific thing I'm going to do. But we'll say somewhere in the manual it's going to say exactly how this is being measured. It's actually a little weird that it's not giving me units directly on the chart. But I know that'll be in the... Or maybe it doesn't, I just deleted it. So it says opening stock... Canada, tons. All right. So what I'll do here is I'll just convert it into price per ton. Although, come to think of it, I don't know what the value was here. So it says average closing price per ounce. Yeah, I don't know how to change ounces to tons. And that might be a little too much. Okay. Let's do this the right way. That can't be right. Yeah, now this dollar value is way too much. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to do this the hacky way. I'll multiply it by something that kind of puts it on the same scale. Because I don't know how to change the axes, so this will at least give us... Okay, just delete it. Oh no, I can't delete it because then I need it for the... God, I really... If I've been preparing for this cast, I should have... I should have learned how to use the tools. The hell, there's no data there. What are you going on about? All right, I don't quite follow why there's a sudden spike in... Oh. That's got to be a typo. In 1993, it was 431. All right. Yeah, I mean, so if the hypothesis that prices are going to drive exploration, there's really not a lot of evidence for that, because we've got, a big spike in additions in... I have no idea what's going on with that negative 5,000. So yeah, like you've got a big spike in additions, which isn't really associated with any price. It's sort of flat while there's the period of not a lot of additions. And then around 2005, yes, it's true that the price of silver goes up. But kind of the gap in terms of the additions is closed. And I mean, you kind of see the peak of price. I mean, you can sort of say, oh, look, there's a downward trend on this bit here, but like there's really not the kind of relationship that you'd see. So if you have kind of two contesting stories, one which would say, okay, the price is going to drive people to explore, find new reserves and whatnot. And then Valiant Cheese was saying that we're looking for, in this case here, technological progress is going to give access to new, to new reserves, which is definitely what happened in terms of natural gas, probably more recently and more famously. That would certainly be probably more evidence along the lines of what Valiant Cheese said. Now, there's all sorts of other reasons. You can mess around with this. There's a saying that if you torture the data long enough, it'll confess to anything. But if you're the reason why I immediately go towards price is I remember seeing this happening at the time. And I remember there was like a banker who was always trying to get me to invest in this precious metals fund because it had gone up so much. And I'm like, why in the world would I do it at that point? Like I already missed the big upside. It was actually right around here that they were saying, it's like, yeah, you got to go in the precious metal fund. Like people are getting rich off of it. And I'm like, yeah, I can see that. And yeah, I mean, the other important thing here is that just because you find an association between the two, like everybody who's ever taken a statistics course or anybody who talks about statistics, you're going to hear them say, it's like, well, correlation isn't causation. And yes, that's true, but you generally don't look for causes in things that are uncorrelated, right? Correlation is perhaps, let's say, a necessary but not a sufficient condition for causation. But this was just a chance for me to sort of say, hey, we've got some data in terms of Canada's silver reserves. What has happened to them over time, and I don't know, is there any interesting stories that we can get out of it? So the biggest thing that I would take out of it, let's get rid of this dubious price business. And what we'll do instead, let's go back to editing the chart. We'll add the at least one of the reserves. That is not the right name. Okay, anyways, the opening stock, this is like off by one period. But essentially, since the game, there was a big decline in Canada's silver reserves. Basically, it was cut in half. We were at about 20,000 when the game was made. And then almost around, just a little bit before 2005. Actually, no, this probably would have been around 2005 because we need to move this over by one period. We were at under 10,000. And it seems that we've not been adding enough to those reserves to sort of make up for the period where we were drawing down those assets. So what does that mean? I don't know. It's just a chance to talk a little bit about things going on in Canada. But before we go, I do want to take a quick minute here and look at the source, because this might tell us a little bit more about the silver statistics before we go on. Precious metal skyrocketing in response to the global financial crisis feels like a pretty reasonable interpretation. I would say so. I mean, the only thing is that it did slightly anticipate global financial crisis. From what I understand, silver gets used a bit more in terms of electronics, so people considered that to be the safer precious metals bet. I don't actually know that much about this stuff. And I also know that roughly around the same time as well, there was a large demand for commodities from China. So those were a couple of other things that were going towards it. But clearly the financial crisis, like anybody who says otherwise, is not paying attention. Like there's always a rush to quote unquote safety whenever there's a financial crisis. So, it's one of the reasons I didn't really want to bring up gold, because it's like we already know what's going to happen to that. Started to become apparent in 2008. Yeah. So, but in the case of, I mean, that was really where everything sort of like blew up for sure. But when we take a look at the series, I don't have the prices anymore. When we take a look at that series, like the big spike in terms of silver prices was happening before 2008. So, you can definitely make an argument that there were people anticipating the troubles that led to the global financial crisis. There is evidence of that case. But I find it a little bit harder to believe that there was a rush to silver driven by, kind of this speculative effort or this effort to sort of the flight to safety, because, that was a time when the stock market was getting quite frothy and whatnot. Sure, yeah. I mean, they definitely peaked after 2010, but like the big run-up, I wouldn't say that the run-up pre-2008 is necessarily people anticipating the financial crisis a few years in advance, because around the same time there was that commodity demand. But I mean, again, this is, you've got the numbers and then you have the interpretation, and the interpretation's sometimes the fun bit. So, but they definitely peaked after the crisis. Whether or not that was driven by the crisis and people going back into other asset classes, I don't know. Anyways, so the Canadian System of Environmental and Resource Accounts, Natural Resource Asset Accounts, the NRAA. Natural Resource Asset Accounts are one of the main elements of the United Nations System of Environmental Economic Accounting, which was adopted as an international statistical standard in 2012. Natural resource asset accounts measure quantities of natural resource assets, oil, natural gas, minerals, and timber, and the annual changes in these assets due to natural processes and human activity. These accounts, which are recorded using both physical and monetary units, form the basis of estimates of Canada's natural resource wealth that are integrated into the Canadian National Balance Sheet accounts. Let's see if there's any. Let's take a look at target population. Target population. For the monetary natural resource stock accounts, only a portion of the stocks of energy, mineral, and timber are measured and included in the national balance sheet accounts. They are those natural resources over which ownership rights can be enforced and from which the economic benefits can be derived by their owners. They meet the criteria for qualification as economic assets as set out in the System of National Accounts 2008, where they are termed non-financial, non-produced assets. In the case of energy and minerals, only a portion of Canada's total stock is known to exist with a high degree of certainty, and that can be profitably extracted today is valued, often referred to as the economically recoverable reserves. In the case of timber stocks, the portion of the forest that is valued is that which is accessible for harvesting, where commercially valuable species grow to a marketable size within a reasonable length of time, and where harvesting is allowed. I'm kind of interested there. The last one that we had, oh man, there's a whole methodology. I'm not going to read this for chat, but I'd love to see the methodology in terms of how they pick this stuff. What I would be interested in, though, I talked a little bit about like oh, actually, there it is. The last one had like who the target audience was. So these statistics are employed to monitor the contribution of natural resources to our national wealth, as well as to portray the physical quantities of renewable and non-renewable resources that Canada has at its disposal in short term. I happen to know that the Economic Analysis Division, so that would be under here, has got a couple of papers out about productivity adjusted for the environmental impact. So productivity is basically your ability to sort of do more with less. So if you have like, think of it like a car engine, right? If you've got sort of fuel economy, if your car is able to drive the same distance but on less fuel, we would say that your car is kind of a little bit more productive, because in this case, it is able to generate the transportation. Even if it's for leisure purposes, you're basically able to get more car out of the resource that you're putting in. And so one of the things that could potentially be happening is that productivity is overstated because there's this degradation of the environment that's happening. And so this researcher sort of went in and they did these adjusted productivity accounting for the costs of the environmental effects, and then sort of did productivity estimates that accounted for the environmental impact. So if you're something that in standard productivity measures would be a very efficient firm, but when you, like, let's say the way that you're accomplishing that is by consuming a lot of, environmentally damaging inputs, the productivity would then be adjusted to account for the fact that you're actually damaging the overall economy, because obviously the Canadian economy relies on a certain level of environmental quality, both in terms of our ability to access our natural resources, but also things like tourism and whatnot. So that's an interesting branch of research, but it's not one that I'm immediately familiar with. So I am a little curious if there's anything here in terms of variables, and I wanted to see if there was anything that I could get about the drat. I was hoping to find something about the measurement of depletion, if that would be defined somewhere. And I'm sure it is inside the methodology, but again, I don't want this to turn into too much of a big thing as far as the the statistical bits. I mean, we're already 2 hours into the stream, and I did choose 9 commodities, so I might roll back a little bit on these side trips. Now, I think I said I was going to go and get the silver from was it Whitehorse? Let me see if I can find that. It was definitely in the Yukon that I was getting it. Oh, Dawson. Okay. Map. Southwest again. It's too dark to drive without your lights on. Turn on lights. Health. I am weak from lack of food and almost exhausted. All right, so let's eat. Back to my cafe. You look for a restaurant. You manage to find one. Your meal arrives. Your food is overcooked and greasy. You pay $10 and then leave. Sleep in hotel. You look for a hotel. You see one ahead on the right. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and you are in perfect condition. You pay $30 and then leave. All right. Let's go southwest to Hay River. Yeah, apparently the service at that one isn't quite as good. Okay. By the way, guys, let me know if the diatribe... Kasunik. Oh, another flat tire. I guess because I'm on bumpy gravel roads. Change tire. With much heaving and straining, you manage to change the tire. Turn off lights. Continue. Kasunik was really good about saying is like, I have no idea what's going on in these bits, and I don't mind them, but this is all Greek to me. If it is, I mean, I suspect in the YouTube comments, people are going to be like, you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't even be bringing up StatCan data. But if you find that they're going on a little too long or they're a little too dry, let me know and I'll wrap it up a bit faster. I'm very hungry. Oh, too dark to drive without my lights on. Turn on lights. Continue. You drive beside the Mackenzie River, the longest river in Canada. Welcome to Inuvik, Northwest Territories, population 2,773. So health, weak from lack of food and almost exhausted. Yeah, that's a really long road. I probably should have looked at that. So eat. Your meal arrives at Faye's Cafe. You have succulent reindeer steaks with blueberry sauce. You pay $10 and then leave. Sleep in hotel. You look for a hotel and manage to find one. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and you are in perfect condition. Pay $30 and then leave. And then obviously we are short on gas, so get gas. You look for a gas station. You see one ahead on the right. You fill your tank and pay. And we will now go west into the... Okay. Wait, what? It says I can. Southwest. You're on a bumpy gravel road. Oop. Turn off lights. Continue. Curiously, you cross the border into the Yukon and the Pacific Standard Time Zone. You are on the Dempster Highway. So let's see if the clock changes now, or if I can set the clock based on where I'm at. So set clock. That's a really good call, Valiant Cheese. That's why I wasn't able to get to the warehouse. You have to set your clock based on changing time zones. That's really neat. I never knew that. Are these succulent steaks or succulent reindeer? Okay, turn on lights. Map. Where are we again? Dawson. Oh, okay. So we can get the get gold. This isn't a unique or major product here. Please try another city. I'm calling BS. Oh, sorry, silver. Get silver. Oh, generic mining company has everything. All right. Lock. So we're going to go and get some gold now, right? No, we're getting beef. Beef probably is going to be somewhere in Alberta. Here's a question. Actually, let me put this out here. Do you guys want me to do an aside on... We've got everything and we keep it down by shaft one. Do you guys want me to do something about beef? I'm going to start the trip now. But who would like to hear some facts about beef? And who would just like to eat? Who would like to just kind of get on with it? We'll do it for the next commodity. Look for a restaurant. You see one ahead on the right. Your meal arrives. The sourdough pancakes are delicious. You pay $10 and then leave. So we'll go south. Okay, southeast. Klondike Inn, 200 kilometers ahead. You're here for beef? As in getting the beef, or here for beef stats and succulent reindeer? You'd always like to learn about beef? Okay, so sounds like there's some demand for beef. I'm proud of you guys. Let's do health. I'm a bit hungry and very tired, so sleep in hotel. And while I'm at, you look for a hotel. It takes you a while, but you finally get to one. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up in 8 hours, and I'm very hungry, so we'll eat. Look for a restaurant, see one ahead on the right. Your meal arrives at System Shock Cafe, and it's a delicious breakfast. All right, so let's find out about some beef. We're going back to the data. Beef. Monthly average retail prices for food and other select products. This will be a fun one, actually. So rather than taking a look at cattle by class and farm type would be kind of fun, but we're actually looking for beef. We're not looking for the actual cattle type. Oh, this is kind of neat, actually. So the thing that's funny on this one, apparently I didn't filter it for data only. Let's go tables. So this is an actual report that Statistics Canada has put out. Let's do this one instead. It's a little long, so we might jump over some of it. So farm and operator data. Alberta has the most beef cattle in Canada and the second largest total farm area. For the first time since the 2001 census, Alberta has reported an increase in beef cattle inventory, despite fewer farms reporting beef cattle. Alberta, sorry, for those wondering why I'm laughing, it's what Valiant Cheese wrote in chat. So beef is booming. I don't have it yet, but I'm brewing a catalyst. Sorry, Cattlist pun. All right. For the first, Alberta once again reported the largest cattle herd in Canada in 2016, accounting for just over 2/5 of the national total. Alberta also accounted for 2/5 of all beef breeding stock nationally and nearly 3/5 of all feeder cattle. Although total farm numbers were down from 5 years earlier, Alberta continued to have the second largest number of farms in Canada, following Ontario. Alberta also ranked second in terms of both total farm area and field crop area. Canola remained the leading field crop by area in 2016, up slightly from 2011, while spring wheat and barley edged down. So this looks like it's all farm output and just the headlines about beef. Area planted with sweet corn was down over 1/3 by 2011, while greenhouse flower and vegetable area were almost 1/10 higher. Just under half of farm operators in Alberta reported having an off-farm job in 2015, the second highest rate in the country following British Columbia. Primary agriculture represented 1.5% of provincial gross domestic product, agricultural GDP, in 2013. This percentage increased to 4% when agricultural input and service providers, primary producers, food and beverage processors, and food retailers and wholesalers industries were taken into account. Statistics Canada 2013 special tabulation based on 2013 gross domestic product by industry, provincial and territorial. Agricultural operations in Alberta employed 33,498 people in 2015. So let's we'll take a quick look at the fewer farms in Alberta a bit, and then we'll read about the leads in beef. So for 2016, the 2016 Census of Agriculture counted 40,638 census farms in Alberta, down 6% from 2011 and similar to the 5.9% decline at the national level. Despite the decrease, Alberta continued to have the second largest number of farms in the country, following Ontario. So this is from 1921. So sort of the peak of agriculture would be in 1941. And then 1951 onward, we see sort of a decrease. There's a little bit of a bump in 96, but just generally a downward trend. Incidentally, one thing that I think might be causing this between 41 and 51 is actually World War II, because I think you can make a reasonably convincing argument that it's actually Canada's participation in World War II that sort of led to a more industrialization of the economy. And that industrialization was led by women because the men were fighting in Europe. In fact, there's a particularly interesting woman known as the Queen of the Hurricanes, Elsie McGill, who I believe is the first woman to get a PhD. It's either PhD or master's. Actually, you know what? We can just do this from Wikipedia has the answer. Hey, Izzy's TARDIS. How you doing? Evades chat from Saskatchewan. Excellent. We're talking about Alberta, but we'll get to Saskatchewan next. How you doing, Izzy's TARDIS? By the way, do you stream? Because I always see you as a mod for... No, the men with the lazy asses. Are you a streamer yourself, or are you just a mod for not just a mod, but is your primary Twitch activity to mod for Kilgore Trout? All right, Elizabeth, Muriel, Gregory, Elsie McGill. This has nothing to do with beef, by the way. I just want to know whether or not she's the one who... the first woman to get a PhD. Known as the Queen of the Hurricanes, was likely the world's first woman to earn an aeronautical engineering degree and the first woman in Canada. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's actually just a degree. First woman in Canada to receive a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. She worked as an aeronautical engineer during the Second World War and did much to make Canada's powerhouse of aircraft construction during her years at the Canadian Car and Foundry in Fort William, Ontario. After her work at CCNF, she ran a successful consulting business. Between 1967 and 1970, she was commissioner on the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, published in 1970, which she considered to be her top accomplishment. Let's take a quick look in terms of what we can see. So at least we know the first in terms of the degree in electrical engineering. Oh, she's a little bit like FDR, too. So contracting polio just before graduation, McGill was told that she would probably spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. She refused to accept that possibility, however, and learned to walk supported by 2 strong metal canes, presumably with which she beat anyone who told her otherwise. She took a junior job, part-time graduate studies in aeronautical engineering at University of Michigan, Master of Science for Aircraft Design, 1929. She became the first woman in North America and likely the world to be awarded a master's degree in aeronautical engineering. Cool. We kind of didn't have much. Oh, you liar. Participation in World War II. I don't know how the men in working condition would be super low. Man, Canada has a big role to play in the liberation of the Netherlands and was actually as the first Canadian, I can never remember the proper name of it. They're the best equipped army in the UK because everybody had to leave their gear back in Dunkirk. Canada definitely had a role to play in World War II. I mean, our population has always been smaller than the United States and even the UK. So in terms of overall troop numbers, they're quite small. But as far as the fraction of the population, I don't think it's any higher or lower than other allied countries. But yeah, no, Canada definitely has... okay, actually, sorry, guys. This is not going to be Cross-Country Canada either. But for Kasunik, I need to bring back my country's pride here. There's CBC. I have got a story which some of you have already heard before. I'm going to tell you the story about Leo Major, the Montreal World War II hero, largely unknown at home, honored as a Dutch town savior. Here is why you do not want to mess with the Canadian Army. And the Canadian Air Force, you'll find out because of Elsie McGill, and then we'll get back to beef. So, all right. On the evening of April 11th, 1945, Canadian soldier Leo Major single-handedly liberated the Dutch town of Zwolle from the Nazis in a story that's almost too incredible to be true. The late Major is the only Canadian ever to receive a Distinguished Conduct Medal in 2 separate wars for service in the Second World War and Korea, but his heroic actions didn't inspire any parades or effigies back home. Major's own son, Daniel Emmy Major, didn't have a clue what his father had done until an official from the Netherlands arrived on the family's doorstep 30 years later bearing words of gratitude. Daniel Emmy was 9 at the time and remembered his mother asking his father why he never mentioned the incident. His father replied that Major didn't think anyone would believe him and left him at that. "It's almost nonsense," Daniel Emmy said with a laugh, and then asked about his father's feats of bravery recently on CBC Montreal's Daybreak. You're still a permanent resident in Canada. There will be a citizenship test because I need it. Maybe at the end of the stream, we can take a look and see some of the questions on the Canadian citizenship test. Anyways, he said, "I was crazy and everything turned out good." So here is what happened when a Canadian went to Zwolle. By the time he got to Zwolle, Major was already scarred by war. He had only one good eye following a close call with a phosphorus grenade, and he sported an eye patch for the rest of the war, refusing to be taken out of the fight and sent home. As his son tells it, when officials told him that his part in the war was over, he replied, "No, it's not over. I'm a sniper. I only need one eye." On that fateful day in April 1945, Major, a private at the time, volunteered to sneak into the town under the cover of darkness and reconnoiter, accompanied by his friend in the forces, Corporal Willie Arsenault. Arsenault was killed early on in the mission, and in his grief and rage, Major decided to do something unthinkable. He took his comrades' firearms and munitions and charged the city alone. His exploits are in a new documentary that aired last month on Radio Canada. Zwolle, located 100 kilometers east of Amsterdam, was then a town of 50,000, but it didn't take Major long to locate a German soldier and disarm him. He spoke to the soldier in French, employing a risky gambit that ultimately paid off. Major managed to convince the German soldier that the town was surrounded by Canadian troops and that if the Germans left right away, they would be spared. He let the Nazi go to relay the message and gave him back his gun as a sign of good faith. Fearing his bluff would not stick, Major started to run through the streets of Zwolle, firing his machine gun and setting off grenades. As if this wasn't enough, Major located the Gestapo headquarters and set the building on fire. He also took dozens of German prisoners with the help of some local resistance fighters. It's a crazy story. It's almost surreal, said Daniel Amy. It's a story that his father never spoke of until the messages of gratitude from the Dutch town began to pour in. So this guy basically escaped out of an FPS and and liberated Zwolle. All right. Anyways, back to beef. Alberta leads in beef. Once again, Alberta had the most cattle in Canada in 2016, accounting for 41.6% of the national herd. Alberta's feeder cattle, steers and heifer. Oh, actually, I gave Elsie McGill a short shrift there. I'll tell you guys the story about the Queen of the Hurricanes next time we play a World War II game, because that's a really neat story on its own. It's a lot of the planes in the Battle of Britain were the Hawker Hurricane. I know the Spitfire is definitely the one that kind of captures the imagination. But anyways, once again, Alberta had the most cattle in Canada in 2016, accounting for 41.6% of the national herd. Alberta's feeder cattle, steers and heifers, for feeding or for slaughter, accounted for 59.6% of the national total, while its beef breeding stock, beef cows and heifers for beef herd replacement, accounted for 42.3%. For the first time since the 2001 census, Alberta reported an increase in the number of beef cattle for breeding and beef cattle for feeding slaughter. This contrasted with a continued decline at the national level, minus 2.4%. Alberta's beef cattle inventories rose 1.3% from 2011 to 3.34 million head, despite fewer farms, minus 9%, reporting beef cattle. Close proximity to processing capacity and the ability of feed and pasture land provide Alberta's beef sector with a comparative advantage over other provinces. In addition, volatility in the beef sector from 2011 to 2016, partly due to price fluctuations, may have affected beef cattle inventories. The number of dairy cows in Alberta decreased 0.8% from 2011 to 80,014 head in 2016, while the number of farms reporting dairy cows declined by 12.6%. While there are fewer dairy cows, this is offset by increased production per animal, attributable to improved animal nutrition, genetics, and production practices. Annual milk production increased 11% to 732.3 million liters from 2011 to 2016. From 2011 to 2016, the number of pigs in Alberta... this isn't about beef, so I'll move it over. What else was it? Average retail prices for beef. That's a lot of beef products. Okay, so we can go back. Hey, we can almost go back to 91. I gotta reduce the products. I wonder if these are in real dollars or not. It doesn't look like they are. Let me reduce the number of products down to the beef. So steaks. I've never seen this before. I wonder if there's provincial data. No, just national. So this one I might need to use the CPI on, because I really don't want to calculate each of those by hand. Are you talking about the Canadian context Valiant cheese or just in general? Because I know, like, when we did Battlefield 5, I definitely did a thing on sort of the shift in... Oh, it's monthly data. I wonder if I can find the CPI for that. Let's go to the portal. Yeah, I don't know. It was a fun one to kind of go over. Again, I'm sure there's like a historian that could probably give an authoritative answer on it, but I definitely feel that the the oh, hang on. This might already do it for me. No, this is the same. So I'm going to limit it to food. And we're January 95. Sorry, I know I just kind of petered out on that stuff. Yeah, responding to Kasuna, clarifying that you're talking about products and surprise saying Canada didn't. Oh, yeah, I get it. I wish I saved that clip actually because it was a fun conversation, and I know people really liked. I know people really liked it. But also, obviously, too, like when you're talking on relative, like it would be impossible for me to say that Canada's participation is equal to the States. Like just from a sheer numbers point of view, that's not going to happen, and that's been true for the nation over the whole time. But obviously, you can still have a very large shift. Like what you need to compare it to is the state of Canada. So if the proportion of Canadian men are going off to the war, and they still need, we still need production for the war effort. This is, of course, the interesting story, right? It's not just that you have the industrialization of Canada, which is probably the historically contestable proposition, because I don't know if that's actually what happened. But obviously, if you have, even if it's a smaller number overall, you have, you're still going to have the effect. Sorry, I'm doing some calculations here. I'll put them up on the screen in just a second. I think that'll work. Now let's see if I know how to do this. Cool, I think that worked. I'll show my work because I might be screwing this up, but I know you've just been staring at this screen for a little bit. So what I did here, I've got the different food types. So this is round steak, sirloin steak, prime rib roast, blade roast, stewing beef, ground beef. And so far as I can tell, these are the nominal prices. So for those of you not familiar with the difference between nominal and real prices, the idea here is that the nominal price is what you are paying in terms of like the label that you see. The real price is basically kind of, you can think of it as what you are giving up to obtain that good or service. And most people will have heard of inflation. So the idea is basically that $1 in 1995 is not necessarily going to buy you the same basket of goods or services in December 2019 when this series ends. And so one thing that you might want to do when you talk about, because like the fact that the price, so when you look at this raw, you can say it's like, okay, 1 kilogram of round steak is $10.17 in January of 1995, and it's $17.22 in December 2019. You're like, wow, the price has gone up a whole lot, which it has. But let's say that incomes quadrupled between 1995 to 2019. In this case, it actually means that steak is relatively cheaper. And this is because as a fraction of your income, you're actually giving up less in order to get that steak. So what I've done here is I've used the Consumer Price Index, which is sort of a measure of the price level. So these are prices relative to 2000 these are prices relative to 2002. Let me find 2002. Now, they're not going to be exactly 100 because obviously prices, this is monthly, so it's going to change over. But like April, you got 102. March, you've got 99.7. So I'm assuming that probably the base is like an average of all of these. Let's see. Does it give me a mean? It's got a sum. Average, yeah, 99.93. I'm assuming that's what that is. So what I basically said is that, 2000, the price shouldn't be 2002, the price shouldn't be very different. And so what we're looking at now is not just the price that you're paying when you buy any of these food products. We're looking at it as what fraction of your income, like when you're doing an apples to apples comparison, over the period of time since the game came out, or a little after the game came out, we're looking here at, like, has beef become more expensive once you account for the effects of inflation? So don't know too much about Canadian war history. A lot of the time when historians talk about British operations, they say Britain, usually not giving credit to all the old British colonies like New Zealand, Canada, and a lot of other Anzac forces. Sorry if it came off. No, I don't think you're against Canada at all, Kasunik. Sorry if I gave the impression that I was upset by that. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's unique about Canada is in World War I, one of the sort of concessions that we extracted was that we actually signed the Treaty of Versailles separately, and that was a recognition of the Canadian contribution to the war. And as it happens, in terms of World War II veterans, my grandfather on my father's side didn't participate in the war, but my grandfather on my mother's side did. So he was a bomber in the Pacific Campaign because he was from Australia. So he was a member of the Australian Air Force. So in this case, all of the, it's still all going to be lumped together with the Commonwealth. It just happens to be two halves of the Commonwealth. I actually have his, or I don't have it right now, but I remember in school, whenever we would do Remembrance Day, we would see, I'd be able to bring his parachute and some of his medals for the for his service, which is kind of neat. Okay, so anyways, here is what's happened to beef prices since a little bit after the game came out. And even accounting for inflation, it looks like beef has gotten more expensive. So in this case here, there's a way, like you could do like a calculation in terms of sort of the average growth overall. But I mean, prime rib roast definitely seems to be the one with the biggest, like it starts at the highest level, but it's also kind of got the steepest slope. It also kind of looks like all of the other ones have sort of like started to recede a little bit. So like sirloin, ground beef and whatnot, they're all sort of like dipping down a bit. I mean, it's probably not surprising that ground beef is sort of the lower priced one. But in this case here, it sort of seems like different beef prices are going down, but this, this more luxurious form is moving on. Oh, actually, sorry, I didn't explain why I did the calculation. Let me do that really quick. So this is the food component of the consumer price index. So the reason I used the food component was because these are all different foods, this seems to be kind of the most fair measure to apply. I could have used the CPI. I mean, I'm doing the same transformation to everything, but it seems to me here that food is probably the better component to use. And so what I did here, again, these are going to be measures relative to the base year, which in this case is 2002. So in this case, I divided it by 100 because in the end, what I'm trying to do is get if I were to have bought beef in January of 1995, what would that cost me in terms of the dollars these normalized dollars. And so in this case, what I want to do is I want to divide the price by this measure of the price level. And in the case, when you divide a number by less than 1, the number increases. So this is accounting for the fact that, $1995, the nominal prices were sort of lower. Because we know 2002 is the period where is kind of the base one. It's effectively dividing by 1, so you shouldn't see any change. And then sort of relative to 2002, the nominal prices are a bit higher. So in this case, you want to make sure that the nominal prices are back down, so that again, you're measuring consumption of beef as a fraction, or basically not as a fraction. You're measuring the consumption of beef on a level playing field. So what was the offset for environmental impact? Was this the offset for? No, sorry. The offset. I don't have offsets for environmental impact. That was a productivity account. I can probably find that, but it's not related to beef. This is just all that I'm doing here is I'm applying the consumer price index to make sure that the price of beef is a measure of real income over the period of time. So basically, it's less interesting for me to say that beef went from $10.17 in January 1995 to let's take January 29, 17.7 in January 2019. That's just, some of that's just going to be, beef is more expensive because incomes are also higher and the cost of feed is also higher. There's just that natural increase in the price level that happens. Interesting to see that jump at the end of 2014. Yeah. I see this as a little bit after 2015 myself, but this is probably because, let me try and make this a bit bigger. I don't actually need to have the data on it. Oh, but now I've got rid of the axis. But yeah, the thing that probably stuck out the most to me is that your prime rib is like, yes, it starts high, but the slope is just seems to be higher. Again, like you can calculate an average growth rate. That's like a built-in function in this sort of stuff, but I don't want to go too far into it. And it doesn't really seem like this is kind of falling down in price compared to the other ones. So like overall, I think across any of the classes, they seem to be higher than they were before. Oh, actually, that's not true. Looks like round steak is actually a bit lower than it was before. I could compare the numbers and get something precise. So 1188 compared to 1131. So yeah. Yeah, stewing beef and blade roast are definitely higher, and ground beef is higher. But round steak fans rejoice. It costs a bit less, $13.19, $14. Yeah, everything else is higher. But yeah, I think the thing that kind of was most interesting for me was the fact that prime rib has gone up and continues to go up, whereas the rest of these are sort of kind of coming back down after a shortage. Oh, the beginning of the run. Gotcha. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. But yeah, what does this mean? I'm not sure. That would be really interesting to go back and see what these kinds of reports looked like going back a couple of years, because this could just be that, farmland is shrinking and the number of cows is going down. So scarcity creating upward price pressure. But anyways, like I said, we're doing this so we can learn a little bit about beef as we can continue on in, that's our next commodity. So we're going to continue on to, I think I said we were going to go to Calgary for the beef. Oh, let me back in. Southeast it is. Turn off lights. Continue. Lots of things to speculate on. Have to wonder how much the rise of environmental consciousness and people reducing their meat intake might be impacting that a bit. So I would have imagined that a reduction in, so like changing consumer preferences is a huge deal in terms of determining prices, but I would have expected that a lower demand for beef would result in lower beef prices. Because obviously in that case, it's not like you can undo cows. Like you're going to have that stock sitting there. And you'd see with a reduction, you have this thing, you need to get rid of it, and so you're going to see. Normally, you'd see a reduction in price just so that people can get rid of this thing, and if nothing else, just make the losses smaller than they would have been. Because obviously, if you sell 0 units, you're sort of eating the maximum loss. Well, eating was probably not the right word, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, it would also be interesting to see, are people choosing to raise less cattle in expectation of the fact that people are being more environmentally conscious? Because of course, beef is probably the most environmentally damaging meat that you can buy. It is, but I mean, in terms of that's a monthly that's a monthly series though. So I mean, there's at least going to be some effect there. Okay, we go to southeast to go to Calgary. Oh, I forgot to get gas. I'm probably going to run out. Welcome to British Columbia. Oh, we made it. Welcome to Fort Nelson, BC. So, get gas. You look for a gas station, you find one not far away, you fill your tank and pay. Yeah, I mean, my expectation would be that the prices return to equilibrium rather than go to any other price level. Normally, what you would see with a reduction in demand, like a permanent reduction in demand, in the short term, you would see a fall in price, and then sort of it would find a new equilibrium at a lower price. And what we're sort of seeing is a higher price for most things. But then, of course, I mean, another big question of this would be like, when did Canada get woke? Because that's, if you can sort of obviously that chart moves over time, and there is like a little bit of a hump that you see where it sort of goes up and then goes down. So you might be able to make a story around that. But this is one that I'm almost certain we would actually be able to answer with enough time on that analytical side of the page, because that's a pretty... I know that agricultural stats are a thing for Canada. Like, agriculture is a big part of it. And so in those cases, you'd tend to see some pretty robust research coming out in terms of trying to explain why those numbers are doing what they're doing. I'm ravenous and a bit tired, so let's eat. You look for a restaurant and see one ahead on the right. My meal arrives. I wolf down my meal quickly. I put down $10 and leave. On lights. All right. Map. Let's continue going southeast. Weather bulletin cloudy. Weather bulletin clear. And we're on the Alaska Highway. Going the wrong way, of course. Welcome to Fort St. John, BC. Population 14,300. Let's keep going southeast to Dawson Creek. I knew some people from there, but I don't know anything else about it. You cross over the Peace River. I'm probably going to have to go to sleep in the next city. Dawson Creek, mile 0 of the Alaska Highway. Population 9,900. Health. I'm very tired, so let's sleep in hotel. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later, and you're a bit hungry. You pay $30 and then leave. And southeast again. Turn off lights. Does it say the amount that you paid at the end of the game? If there is an end, there's definitely an end to the game. I know I'm slouching towards it at a really slow pace, but it does actually give you a breakdown of your bills, and we will. I can't guarantee you when we'll get there, but we will definitely see the end result. It used to be that. Oh, welcome to Alberta, Mountain Standard Time Zone. So I'll set my clock. Welcome to Grand Prairie. Again, I'll credit Valiant Cheese here with bringing my attention to the fact that you have to set your clock. So we'll do that right now. Health, very hungry. So let's eat. Back to System Chalk's Cafe. But yeah, so this game actually had an option to print the whole transcript of the game. I have no idea why. I'm assuming maybe it would be that like you'd be given an assignment. I never had this happen, but like the teacher would be, it's like, you have to show me that you beat Crosscountry Canada or something like that. But yeah, like you used to be able to like, how like there were those printers, like in the, like everything was networked. There's like the one, and then everybody has to sit around and like wait for the thing to finish the job. I guess it's a little bit like working in an office now that I think of it, because I'm still waiting for people to finish printing. But yeah, like we usually had Macs in my computer, so there was like some Mac Like I remember there was this like program that would always keep coming. Maybe it wasn't a Mac program. It was just for Macs. Anyways, it would like always tell you like, here's how much this is your environmental impact for printing. You should feel bad. All right, let's go southeast. Cloudy. Clear. Only you can prevent forest fires. Set forest fire. I don't understand the word forest. Prevent fire. Don't understand the word prevent. Okay, well. Welcome to Edmonton, capital of Alberta, population 784,000. Things were very much more paper-focused in the 80s and 90s. SimCity had an option for printing. It did? That feels surprisingly right at this moment in time, but back then it was a big deal to have an artifact of your experience. That's so cool. I had no idea that SimCity did. I loved the SimCity games, but I had no idea that SimCity let you print your stuff. It is almost sunset. It is too dark to drive without your lights on. Turn on lights. Health. I am hungry and very hungry and a bit tired. Continue. Pass Leduc, the site of Canada's first major oil strike in 1949. Welcome to Calgary, Alberta, Stampede City, population 684,000. So, unlock. Truck is now unlocked. Get beef. Good work, System Chalk. Here's a clue for your next commodity. These substances are used to make cleaners, cosmetics, and solvents. In 1985, Canada exported over $18 billion worth. What is this commodity? I think I only know this because I know this is one of the things that you can get in the game. So I'll give chat a minute. But the reaved souls of innocent children. I have very much approve of Uncle. By the way, I feel very bad about this, but Uncle Cranky, who's been suffering through this madness, Uncle Cranky's a streamer, and I don't know why I didn't give a proper shout out earlier on. I said he was from Australia, but which I don't know for sure. Actually, I assume you're Australian because you hang out with Outworld. But Uncle Cranky is a streamer. I've not seen you stream recently, so I know you went through the BioShock series. You were on Infinite when I last watched you, but you seem to get through stuff pretty quickly, so it may be that you're on to another series. But please do accept my apologies. And for those of you who are interested, especially for those of you who maybe find that my hours don't really work for you, I highly recommend these talented Australian streamers, Uncle Cranky and Outworld. You're Australian by birth, but you live in New Zealand. Timber or Charred Cold? On The Witcher current. Oh, that's right. Actually, no, my apologies. You're playing The Witcher 2. No, the 1. You started with 1, right? I definitely have seen you play a Witcher game, but it definitely didn't look like The Witcher 3. Anyways. And Valiant says, you'd forgotten about SimCity's print option until you fired it up a few days ago in preparation for a stream you're doing tomorrow. Oh, Valiant, when are you streaming tomorrow? Because I'm sure there's a few people who'd like to see that as well. Act 2 of the first one is really painful, never-ending investigation. Okay, well, you've sold me on not picking that up. It was a separate utility on the disc rather than functionality in the game. Okay, 2100 UTC. I'm not sure what the conversion for my time on that is, but I'll Google it at the end. Okay, I think this is chemicals. Correct. The commodity that you need is chemicals. I feel smart. Okay, so we can go to Edmonton, Alberta, or Sarnia, Ontario. And we've been to both. We're currently in Alberta, though. So let's go north to Edmonton. Wait, first health. Very hungry and a bit tired. Let's eat. You look for a restaurant. You see one ahead on the right. Your meal arrives. You consume a tender steak with potatoes. Oh, I just got it out of the back of the truck then. Red Deer, next exit. And welcome to Edmonton. We already read that. You're streaming through a bunch of games that you drew inspiration from. Oh, it's that stream. Okay, I wasn't sure if that one had happened already. I really want to see that one. So for those of you Especially for those of you who like the Hive Time stream, please do check out Valiant Cheese's stream, 2100 UTC. And Uncle Cranky says, I like story and exposition as much as the next guy, but when I'm telling the game, less chat, more splat, you know it's bad. So let's unlock. Oh, I forgot to lock it. Get chemicals. The warehouse is closed now. Business hours are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So it is currently 11 o'clock, so lock. Health, very tired, so let's sleep on it. You managed to fall asleep without much difficulty. Oh, I'm sleeping in my truck. You were awakened by some traffic, but then fall asleep again. You wake up 8 hours later, and you were a bit hungry. So let's get gas. You look for a gas station, find one not far away, fill your tank and pay. Unlock. Get chemicals. Edmonton, I wouldn't really call a warmer place, but... Oh, I didn't do stats on chemicals. That's fine. I did a spare one on silver, so... Good work, System Chalk. Here's a clue on your next commodity. This metal quickly rusts in the moist air and conducts heat well. In 1988, over 38 million tons were produced in Canada. So I think Valiant Cheese were probably, like... We're the two extremes of where the details are. So if this was 1985, then clearly, or maybe I got the date wrong. It's definitely not 1991 data that they're using. But it's more recent than when the first game came out. But then the first game would have been USA, so maybe this was... Anyways. Oh yeah, so the game tells you that you have to have the engine running. So you can actually go to sleep in the Northwest Territories as long as the engine's running. Anybody got any guesses as to this commodity? I'm like 90% sure on this one. While chat's guessing, I'm gonna get my stats up. I was going to guess irony too. We already did the natural... already did the natural reserves. That I don't think is quite as interesting. Got manufacturing sales, but I don't think... The next commodity that you'll need is iron. So it says manufacturing, but like... Oh, but we've got different Nikes industries. Okay, let's see what we can find here in the manufacturing sales by industry and province monthly. So... Shouldn't this be mining oil and gas, though? Like, I can see why you'd have iron in manufacturing, but... Chemical manufacturing, I can catch up on the last one. But then I wouldn't be able to talk about iron. Explosives manufacturing? So the codes here are known as the North American Industrial Classification System, or NICS. And so between Canada and the US... Oh, non-metallic mineral product manufacturing. Yeah, but what about Cement manufacturing. I could have found that before. Oh, here we go. Iron and steel mills. Oh, but yeah, this is the problem. Like, steel is a separate commodity, so that's not it. Well, actually, no. This is not bad because steel was the first commodity we needed to get. So let's see if we can find something interesting here. So one of the interesting things that's happened in the Nikes, in these classification codes, is there's actually now there's now a field for video game development and video game publishing. So 86 was the first release of the game, so definitely updated since the original release. And Crosscountry Canada 2 was released in 2002. Yeah, I've never played number 2, unfortunately. I think I already have the manufacturing industry that I want, but it's really curious. I don't see any chat. Well, hang on, the Nikes code. So here's what I can do. So I said that we were looking at... Wait, this isn't the right one. Oh, I forgot to lock that in. Okay, well, let's go apply. Save my custom. No, okay, that won't work. Am I really gonna have to hunt through this? So iron has to be under durables. Primary metal. Here we go. Iron and steel mills. So the way the Nike system works is you have up to 6-digit codes. Now, normally statistical agencies are not necessarily going to give you all 6 because they get really, really precise in terms of the type of industry that it is. But basically, you start removing numbers and you get to higher levels of aggregation. So we're going to be looking at iron and steel mills and ferroalloy manufacturing, which is 33111. As it turns out, it's the same name for 3311. Now that's included under the primary metal manufacturing, which is 331. And that's under the overall manufacturing heading, which is actually, that encompasses 31 through 33. And then all the other industries. So in the case of the video game development one, I believe that falls under information and cultural industries, which I think is numbered 51. But in principle, what you could do, you could actually take a look at, no available data for July through November for manufacturing. They've got manufacturing, but not not the smaller level. I wonder if that's because I'm asking for seasonal adjustments. Okay. So basically Ontario is the only thing we can report and everything else has to be suppressed. Let's see what the time series looks like. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot we can pull out of this one, but let's try. Okay, so basically the only series I can get out of this that isn't suppressed. Oh, interesting. There's a little bit that shows up. Sales, good manufacturer. Okay, well, let's just take this table. Let's work with what we've got. Isn't that always the way? Sorry, what are you about the suppressions? Or I've lost track of what I'm babbling on about. Okay, so who's in this table and who isn't? That's 14. So British Columbia apparently has... Okay, so I'll go for the folks who aren't there by the end of the series. So let's delete these rows and these rows. Have the day, yeah. So the funny thing about this one is like the double dots are not available for sure. These X's mean that in principle you could go to Statistics Canada, and if you were given permission, Seasonal adjustment would be really nice to have. So let's try that one more time. I'll just cut the table short if I have to. Why the hell do they even have this option if there's literally no data inside of it? Okay, so no seasonal adjustment. I guess it's because there's seasonal adjustment for the overall level. You know what? I'm a little curious what Google does when. Okay, so I'm gonna try and be clever, and that doesn't always go well for me, but. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it down. So I can kind of accept that it's not seasonally adjusted, but the thing that's going to drive me bonkers, and I really screwed this one up. I believe this is measured in dollars. Okay, sales of goods manufactured. Yeah, so this is measured in dollars, but they don't give me an option. They don't give me an option to measure it in real dollars. So now I'm going to have to go back and get that CPI. So consumer price index, we are running from 92 to the end. I'll do not seasonally adjusted because the rest of the data isn't seasonally adjusted. Although I feel a little bad doing that. But whatever. This is for fun. So I said we were 92, right? I should probably double check that. January 92 up to November 2019. Where were we? In this case, I'm just going to use all items. No, so one of the reasons why I'm doing this, there is actually a producer price index. I mean, theoretically, I could use that because that would be like iron is an input to production. Generally, you don't go out and say, I want to buy some iron. But whatever. In this case, I'll just use the CPI as a price level. Because I know where it is basically the big. There's no other justification I have for that. So let's get these to line up. So what I want to do here is I'll say, okay, so take this. I screwed this up. This will still work. And I want to keep the row the same, but not the columns. So now I'll take that. I mean, it's going to complain about the values for most of the fields. But what I basically want to see is what Google does to, when I tell it to plot this madness, I want to see what it does. Ah! What is that? Okay, let's try and impose some. Okay, no, I know how to do this. And let's just delete that column. I'll just remove geography. It's weird that it says geography is a series. I kind of know why it's doing that, but that's a little silly. So I'll remove that. Oh, but then it doesn't give me my horizontal axis. Okay, so let's go horizontal axis. Label. Really? How do I define it then? There we go. But now I don't have labels for the... Okay, well, we know that red is Ontario. Well, I got to get the rest of these. So why... I'm going to have to look at these individually. Okay. Can I get away with just doing that? No. I don't get why that's not updating the legend. All right, whatever. We'll do it live. I'm also a little curious what that looks like compared to... Is there anything I can learn about iron production looking at this? So in real terms... Ontario produces a lot of iron. Quebec produces the next largest amount of iron. I'm assuming that's Quebec. It should vanish in the... No, hang on. Who is that then? Because it's got... Wait, January 1995. What? This is going in reverse? Oh, because I... No, wait, that doesn't make sense, because these are labeled correctly. What the hell is going on this? The world is a strange and incomprehensible place. I don't really have any story to say about iron manufacturing. I mean, it's lower than where it started. Let's take a look at the numbers. So it's 500,000. Well, okay, that can't be $500,000 of iron manufacturing. That's probably like millions of dollars. Surely it says some kind of measurement. Oh, this is the CPI. Right, I got rid of the iron one. Okay. I got nothing. I'm going to stop pretending I know what I'm talking about on this thing. What happened in 2010? I'm going to rely on the time series here. So numbers were down a bit in 2010. Well, no, actually, between December and January 2010, the numbers went up quite a bit. But this might, I mean, there might be a seasonal effect there, right? Could be that production is lower than what it would normally be. So let's compare January 2010 to January 29. 482, 419 versus 463, 460. So year over year, it was up. At the end of the series, okay, so November 2019, it's down to 473, 786. To the beginning, at the beginning of the series in November, it's 559, 590. So definitely the number's gone down. If we compare at the beginning of the year, 650, 33 compared to 502, 144. So if you compare the January to January, it's actually up. So maybe you'd want like a yearly average if you were trying to tell some sort of a story. The red, yeah, so there's a sudden jump from June 2009 to sort of a peak in August. Well, this says August 2008. So the way I'm reading that, that's actually a peak in August 2008 to a trough in June 2009. And I'm assuming at that point you can make a financial crisis argument. But that's kind of what everyone does. Oh, the peak was July, apparently. So the July 2008 peak of 1,027,606 in real dollars. We compare that to... Oh, wait, no. So then that's a big growth. So we're 638,373 in July 2006. Then we hit a peak in July 2008, 1,027,606. And then by December 2008, it's less than half at 409,914. And I think September 2008 was when Lehman Brothers collapsed. So this is almost certainly a big contraction. Like this has to be economic. Wow, it went down to 270,000 in May. What normally happens in May? So like pre-crisis, let's go to 2006. 798. Okay, that's very stark. I'm actually kind of mad that chart didn't work out then, because that's a really dramatic story. We should still see that though. I mean, maybe that's what's happening here, and it's because the labels are all screwed up. But yeah. Anyways, sorry for the screwed up chart. I think I'm just gonna take the loss, and let's find out where we can get some iron. The one thing we do know, of course, is that based on that quantity, so this is the amount sold, I would expect Ontario to be the most likely place for me to pick it up. Now, of course, it's provincial, it's not city, so I'm not going to be able to, or municipal, I'm not going to be able to find an individual city based on that. So Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Sept Isles in Quebec, and Thunder Bay, Ontario. We haven't been to Quebec yet, so let's go to Quebec. All right, CSS Talk didn't understand anything you were talking about for the last 20 minutes. I'm not smart with this stuff. I completely understand, Kasunik. Obviously you're on your way out. If I'm ever not making sense, I actually definitely benefit from being able to interact with people. So if I ever wind up doing something like this again, I don't want you to feel alienated turn off lights, set clock. I definitely like having some back and forth with people. So if ever we do something like this again, I definitely want you to feel included. So definitely feel free to ask questions and whatnot. There's definitely responsibility on my part to make sure that everybody's in a spot where they're able to appreciate what's going on. And for me, John Diefenbaker Homestead House in 90 kilometers. Turn on lights. But yeah, I definitely want to have an environment, because as you can see, I'm trying to figure this stuff out as I go as well. I'm reading statistical tables badly and not necessarily doing the right adjustments to them, and I'm sort of waving my hands and talking about things that might be causing it and whatnot, but I can't talk about cause with these numbers and whatnot. So I'm a little bit better at explaining my reasoning when I play strategy games, it seems. But if you ever want, we can definitely have a chat during a stream about some of the stuff that's going on. So, anyways, have a great night, and we will see you next time. Let's see my health. I am weak from lack of food and a bit tired, so let's eat in Regina. Look for a restaurant and manage to find one. Your meal arrives. Your food is overcooked and greasy. You pay $10 and then leave. Map. That's going to be my only memory of Saskatchewan, Izzy Stardust. I can't do it. I'm carrying too many. So I kind of wanted to show you guys this, but I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm actually at the end of my normal streaming time. I am going to play this game through to the end, though. People are going to be mad if they don't see the ending. I've been told that people will be mad if I don't see the ending to this. So I'm in this for the long haul. What can sometimes happen when you pick up hitchhikers is, what time is it? Yeah, we can sleep in the hotel. They can rob you. And you have to go and recover the commodity. Off lights. Look. Oh, map. East. Pass through the city of Portage-la-Prairie. Welcome to Winnipeg, capital of Manitoba, gateway to the west. Population 639,000. Health. Very hungry. Let's eat. Look for a restaurant. You see one ahead on the right. Your meal arrives. You enjoy a delicious breakfast. You pay $10 and then leave. So we go east. Weather bulletin, cloudy. Welcome to Ontario. Welcome to Kenora. Population 16,800. So again, we're going to blast through Ontario on the way to Quebec. And we'll get our iron there. Entering the Eastern Standard Time Zone. Set clock. Turn on lights. Continue. Thunder Bay. All right, health. I'm very hungry and a bit tired, so let's eat. Look for a restaurant, manage to find one. System Chalks Cafe, the finest eatery. You savor the roast duck and applesauce. Pay $10 and then leave. We'll go east to Timmins. So one of the things I was meaning to say, caution, watch for deer. This is the time that there's suddenly an accident. Okay, look. Oop. Health, probably almost exhausted, very hungry, so let's eat. The restaurants are not open now. It's 4 a.m, so sleep in hotel. You find one not far away. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and are very hungry. Turn off lights. Eat. I feel like there's probably space for, I don't know what 2002 is like, but I kind of feel like a Euro Truck Simulator for Canada. I feel like there would be enough people interested in reliving Cross-Country Canada with a modern take to do, like, definitely not this model in like a proper simulator mode, but I mean, Canada is definitely a very handsome country, like, and especially coast to coast to coast. I feel like a game that is catered towards the people who like these simulator style games. I feel like Canada is a setting that actually does quite well for all of the major games. So the CPR, right? The National Railway is I guess it's CN is the company that runs it. But like basically, Canada is a country tied together with ribbons of steel, I think was the saying about it. The railroad is a big deal for Canada, and it's the thing that basically ensured the fact that we were also a country that that is bordered on the three. I mean, the railroad didn't ensure the three oceans, but definitely the Pacific and the Atlantic. It's one of the reasons why the United States does not suddenly like truncate Canada. Farming simulator. I mean, huge agricultural sector in terms of Canada. And then, of course, this little bit of Canadiana, Cross-Country Canada, kind of lends itself towards the trucking, the transportation game. And so it's kind of funny. I actually don't believe any of those games really do take Canada, but I feel like at the very least a Canada DLC would be appropriate for all of them. So get gas. You look for a gas station and manage to find one. You fill your tank and pay. And again, I think there are definitely some I feel like you would be able to get enough of the kind of the edutainment angle in a reimagining of this. But I don't know. I definitely I'm kind of biased. I definitely would like to see more Canada in. I definitely really like to see more Canada in games. But I also kind of feel like for the sorts of things that make for simulator games, I kind of feel like Canada has enough features to really make it more worthy of consideration than it has been. You are driving through the Laurentian Mountains. I mean, you can say that about a lot of countries too, right? That's not exclusive to Canada. Nice. Did I... Okay, so Southwest is definitely Ontario. Faye's Cafe, your meal arrives. You pay $10 and then leave. Let's go north or health. Bit tired. Let's go northeast. I'm gonna have a weird bedtime, but you were traveling beside the mighty St. Lawrence River. Okay. The Quebec Museum is in 50 kilometers. Oh, I didn't read it properly, so it's in the northeast. Very tired. Okay. Sleep in hotel. They really rushed me out of there. Lights, health. Okay. North, we'll go northeast right away. Chicoutimi. And we'll just carry on. Still traveling along the mighty St. Lawrence River. Lights, continue. All right, here we go. And theoretically, unlock. Oh, it's already unlocked. The iron should be available because of the weird hours. Man, generic mining company is taking over. They're going to buy out the Irvings before too long. As Valiant Cheese pointed out, we all just keep it at the bottom of shaft 1. All right. Dispatch notice. Good work, System Chalk. Here's a clue to your next commodity. This product causes cancer. Dried leaves are rolled, lit, and smoked. Over 202 million worth was produced in 1988. Excuse me. Anybody got any ideas about this one is? Asbestos, right? This one I'm not going to do any graphs for, but as it turns out, I was astonished to find out that this is a thing we have. Wow, the search on this is something else. This is one of the rare cases where I actually know this table exists, but it came up on the second page. Correct. The commodity that you need is tobacco. So there is actually a table from Statistics Canada. Tobacco sales and inventories, monthly production, and this is measured in the thousands. So again, this one has suppressions to meet confidentiality requirements, and this one carries a data quality indicator. Now, what about these footnotes? What's the deal with that? Cigarettes which contain tobacco, including both regular and king-sized, as well as filtered and plain varieties. Adjustments of total sales? Let's just take a look at all of this. I mean, I could do some plots out of this because looking at export. Okay, yeah, that's why they were suppressed. Um, it's actually a lot more here than I thought there would be. Let's just take a look at total production. And in this case, we will... Oh, you know what? This is probably going to make a... It's probably going to be like all beside each other. Damn it. I don't know why they do that. Apparently only goes back to 2004. So 2004 in January, almost that would be 3 billion because it's in thousands. Maybe I'm wrong because it's not saying in thousands anymore. Oh, there are references. Okay, so there's another table looking at 3 billion kind of seems like it would be more accurate for tobacco production. We don't want cigars, I want cigarettes. Now you see, yeah, you know what? If I'm going to go by product, let's... I'm assuming there's some, it might even be like a NAPS code. Like there are codes for individual products as well. Okay, so from January 2004, just shy of 3 billion. I'm going to assume it's still in thousands. And at the end of the series, if we compare January to January, it's a little less than 2 billion. So, and the number keeps going down. So cigarette production has been falling over the intervening years. I am a little curious about the source. But I also want to see stats in brief. Wow, that's a really old one. Okay. Surely there we go. Here we go. So thanks, StatsCan. Canadian manufacturers produced 1.9 billion cigarettes in September, up 37% from August. Cigarette production increased 14.5% compared with September 2018. The total number of cigarettes sold decreased 13.9% from August to 1.5 billion, down 0.5% compared with September 18. This is elevator economics. Went up, went down, there you go. So let's take a look at what the survey for this. Again, I didn't want to spend too much time on this. I really just wanted to get a number, but billions of cigarettes is a mind-boggling thought, though. So the survey measures on a monthly basis the quantities of tobacco products that are produced and sold by Canadian manufacturers. The quantities of tobacco products produced and sold are used as an indicator of the economic condition of the tobacco products manufacturing industry, as an input into Canada's gross domestic product, and as an input into macro and microeconomic studies to determine market shares and industry trends. Data are used by the business community, federal and provincial departments, and international organizations. So I'm slightly curious here because there can't be that many tobacco manufacturers here. So target population is comprised of all establishments in Canada engaged in manufacturing cigarettes and other tobacco products classified to NICS 312220. So remember 31 to 33, those first two numbers represent all manufacturing under the North American classification system, and the current version is NICS 2017. The observed population is made up of the establishments in the target population that have the highest revenues. Those establishments account for more than 99% of the total revenue generated by the industry. So let's take a look at what the questionnaire is then. It's a mandatory survey, but then I think all of them are. In the meantime, let's do Imperial Tobacco Canada. Headquartered in Montreal. I was wondering if there was like a I wonder if there's like an entry on Canadian tobacco. So I wonder, here we go, questionnaires. Okay, so here's what they asked tobacco countries. Please provide the business or organization's legal and operating name. Please provide the contact information of the designated business or organization contact person for the questionnaire. Please provide the current operational status of the business or organization identified by the legal and operating name. Operational, go to question 4. Not currently operational, temporarily or permanently closed, change of ownership. Why is the business or organization not currently operational? Seasonal operations, ceased operations, sold operations, amalgamated with another business or organization, temporarily inactive but will reopen, or no longer operating for other reasons. And then a bunch of subsequent questions as to its status. What are the start and end dates of the business's reporting period for January 2018? What are the reasons for the reporting period? Does not cover the last 28 days. Tobacco products for the following period. What commodities did you plant, produce, ship, and or hold in inventory? Cigarette, cigars, manufactured tobacco, fine cut pipe tobacco, or non-manufactured leaf. And we need to report in thousands of cigarettes, opening, inventory, and total production, sales in Canada, duty-free, export bulks, shipments, and I'm going to assume that's the same for all the different types. Reporting changes and events that affected businesses. Indicate any changes or events that affected the reported values for this business compared to the last period. Mark all that apply. Strike or lockout. How many days of the reference month was your plant open? Exchange rate impact. Price changes in goods sold. Contracting out, organizational change. Price changes in labor or raw materials. Natural disaster, recession, change in product line, sold business units, expansion, new or lost contract, vacation and or maintenance periods. Acquisition of business units, equipment failure, seasonal operations, increased or decreased market demand, other change or event, or no change or event. And then contact information and then feedback. How long did it take to complete the questionnaire? And data sharing and whatnot. Anyways, in this game, despite the fact that we just saw that there is a tobacco company in Montreal, we can only get this in London, Ontario. So let's take a look at our health. Weak from lack of food and a bit tired, so let's lock. Eat. Back to System Jocks Cafe. Tourtière. No, pea soup. Oh, yes, pea soup and tourtière, a French-Canadian meat pie. You pay $10 and then leave. For those of you who've not that had tourtière, do try it. It's delicious. Southwest. I actually don't remember how many commodities we've gotten, but remember how I said I always used to write down where the destination was? I actually don't remember where I was supposed to go. I think it was supposed to be the Northwest or the Yukon. But if you hit inventory, or you can actually just hit I, it turns out. It's February the 13th. We are on our way to Whitehorse in the Yukon. Our next commodity is tobacco. Now remember, the silver we got as a bonus. We've got steel, gold, chemical, cement, beef, iron. With tobacco, that will be 7. So there's going to be 2 more after this. So we're almost at the end. Thank you for sticking with me. Let's go northwest. This might not be the most efficient path. Ooh, I'm going to run out of gas. Fingers crossed. Yes. Turn off lights. Get gas. You look for a gas station. Find one not far away. You fill your tank and pay. I'm ravenous and almost exhausted, so we'll eat. You look for a restaurant and manage to find one. Your meal arrives. You enjoy a delicious breakfast. You pay $10 and then leave. Sleep in hotel. You managed to fall asleep. We went through Saskatchewan. I actually only remember Saskatchewan for my overcooked and greasy food as he started. Unfortunately, there's no tobacco in Saskatchewan according to this game, so I have to buy my smokes from London, Ontario. But hopefully we'll find something in Saskatchewan. Like, I know rapeseed's part of the commodity table, so and potash. So there's definitely stuff to get there. We just haven't gotten to Saskatchewan for a pickup yet. Outworld has asked me to tell you that you are sexy on his behalf. Like, am I only... Yeah, it's just that's what it's listed in Canola. Yeah, it's the Latin. You heard correctly, but it is not in the sense that we normally associate with that word. It's gonna come up if it comes up in the commodity table, so I figured I might as well say it right now. Although canola is super interesting because it's a Canadian invention. But from Wikipedia, rapeseed is a bright yellow flowering member of the family Brassicaceae. I don't know how to say that. Mustard or cabbage family, cultivated for its mainly for its oil-rich seed, which naturally contains appreciable amounts of toxic uric acid. Canola are a group of rapeseed cultivars which are bred to have very low levels of this acid and were especially prized for use in human and animal food. Rapeseed is the third largest source of vegetable oil and the second largest source of protein meal in the world. And I'm almost certain that they put this right at the top of it. Etymology and taxonomy. The term rape derives from the Latin word turnip, rapa or rapum, cognate with the Greek word rapris. But it is a very unfortunate name. And every time those statistics come out, there's always somebody who has a Twitter comment. So yeah, apologies for that digression, but that's the name of the plant. But canola is I find the story about canola like super cool. Just because of it's a Canadian agricultural invention to basically let us make fries. Actually, I wonder if it's got the history of the development of canola on that article as well. I believe it was Manitoba, like University of Manitoba, that it was done. Oop. $300 off my gas bill if I pick up milk. That sounds like something I can get in Saskatchewan. History. Oh, here we go. Latin word meaning turnip. There we go. Canola was bred at the University of Manitoba, Canada by Keith Downey and Belder R. Stephenson in the early 1970s, having then a different nutritional profile than present-day oil in addition to much less uric acid. I don't know how to pronounce that. Canola was originally a trademark name of the Rapeseed Association of Canada, and the name was a condensation of can from Canada and ola, meaning oil low acid, but is now a generic term for edible varieties of rapeseed oil in North America and Australia. The change in name serves to distinguish from from natural rapeseed oil, which has a much higher uric acid content. It was Roundup Ready, so the herbicide resistant strain was introduced in 1995, and a genetically modified variety developed in 1998 is considered to be the most disease and drought-resistant canola variety to date. And in 2009, 90% of the Canadian crop was herbicide tolerant. Good evasion of a declaration of lust by talking about canola. Yeah. So thank you very much, Outworld. You are a handsome man yourself. Thank you for sending your messenger. I want you to go down to the store and pick up some milk. We'll make it worth your while. Absolutely. Oh, actually, no. Quebec Dairy is a huge lobby. I wonder if we can get milk. Not a unique or major product here. Although I guess it's more cheese if it's Quebec. Oh, there's got to be milk too. Yeah, London and Sherbrooke. Oop. Sherbrooke's too far away. Welcome to Timmins. What the hell was I looking for? Tobacco, right? Oh yeah, both of these are in London. Awesome. Okay, so let's health. Very hungry but tired. Okay, we'll eat Timmins. Back to System Chalk's Cafe. Oh wait, but I said oh yeah, it's just London and Sherbrooke. Okay. So sorry, no Saskatchewan yet. Oh, you savor the roast duck and applesauce. But we'll be able to get the milk at the same time. Only you can prevent forest fires. Get milk at the same time we get the why can I not remember these things? The tobacco, smokes and milk. Health. Bit tired. Southeast. You're driving along the shore of Georgian Bay and 30,000 islands. Well, who counted them? Off lights. Continue. How's my health? Very hungry, very tired. Let's risk it. One more, southwest. Very hungry, very tired. Okay, let's try and make it to London then. This game is like a scathing indictment of capitalism. I'm pushing myself to the limit. Unlock. Get milk. These bonus commodities, by the way, don't count to my total, so get tobacco. I really love the idea of me like driving out and then coming back in. It's the milk and tobacco farm. Everyone knows it. Oh my god. You've had a tiny bit of exposure to truck driver culture. This isn't even the half of it. All right, dispatch notice. Good work, System Chalk. Here's a clue to your next commodity. This radioactive metal is used as a fuel for nuclear energy. This has got to be available in Saskatchewan. In 1988, Canada produced 13.2 million kilograms. Does anybody know what this is? My uranium, not your. Correct. The commodity that you need is uranium. So in this game, Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, and Sudbury, Ontario have it. So we can at least knock off Saskatchewan. So the provinces that we haven't gotten commodities from yet are Saskatchewan. That's going to be oh, actually, okay. So BC, I don't think we've gotten something from Manitoba. Now that I think of it. And we haven't touched any of the Atlantic provinces. So that would be Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island. So it's like numerically, there's no way that we're going to get all of them. But we'll try and be as diverse as possible in terms of what we get. So we're definitely going to go visit Prince Albert. Put the uranium next to the tobacco and milk. I see no way that this can go wrong. So let's see. I actually have no idea what Statistics Canada has on uranium. So natural resource satellite account detailed indicator. That might be interesting. Electric power generation, maybe. But then there's like medical isotopes. Those are also interesting. Canadian business counts with employees? Sure. That's the first thing. Yeah. This is how bad the filters can be, right? Like, when you search for uranium, do you think, what the hell? Okay, I gotta know what the crime and justice statistics for uranium are. Crime severity index with weighted clearance rates, police services, and... Are there uranium crimes I don't know about? Why is this here? Um, like this, I'm sure this is a fascinating set of data. I just don't know why this is showing up in with my uranium filter. This is why I spend a little while looking for. This is completely uninteresting. Detailed indicators, all subsectors, total commodities. What I'm fascinated by what counts as detailed. Um, so this is why I spend a little time looking through the tables and that, because it's like I would not consider Canadian business counts to be the thing I would put in the top 10 results um, for uranium searches. Then again, what are you gonna do, right? Like hook Google into the main wherever this is stored. So many business counts. Like I know there's like a utilities thing, but I don't know anything fun about like medical isotopes or anything like that because we had a shortage of them. Let's take a look at the archived metal ore mining annual publication. So it stopped in 2006. Well, actually, okay. Let's take a look at the earliest one. Let's go the other way around. How can you tell that this is an old document? Here in Sun City, the community fireworks are a hefty fine due to cardiovascular upset in aged residents. I didn't even think of that, but that's a fun little little detail. Sin. Um, I am actually rather surprised that uranium doesn't get its own. Okay, you know what? StatCan has failed me here. So let's back out. Let's see what Wikipedia says. Uranium mining in Canada. For many years, North America was the largest exporter of uranium ore in the world and has been a major world producer since demand for uranium developed. In 2009, Kazakhstan took the top spot, relegating Canada to second. 20% of the world's primary uranium production came from mines in Canada in 2009. 14.5% of world production came from one mine, McArthur River. Currently, the only producing area in Canada is northern Saskatchewan, although other areas have had active mines in the past. So let's learn a little bit about McArthur River. Canada's first recorded discovery of uranium came in the 1930s. Clarification needed. When prospector Gilbert Lebin discovered pitchblende, a major uranium-bearing mineral on the shores of the Great Bear Lake in the Northwest Territories. This discovery led Lebin's company, Eldorado Gold Mines Limited, to develop Eldorado Mine at Port Radium, Northwest Territories in 1932, and a refinery to extract radium from the ore in Port Hope, Ontario, the following year. There are plenty of reasons to leave fireworks behind and go with newer lighting tech. During World War II, the demand for uranium exploded. You know what? Somebody had fun writing that. As the United States and their allies, Britain and Canada, began the Manhattan Project to produce the first atomic weapons. As a result, in 1943, the government of Canada expropriated the assets of Eldorado and formed a federal crown corporation, Eldorado Mining and Refining Limited. Let's find out about that, to oversee Canadian uranium assets. Exploration for uranium was restricted to Eldorado and the Geological Survey of Canada, which I actually think I walk by like every day. The ban on private prospecting was lifted in 1947. This led to an exploration boom that quickly that quickly resulted in the discovery of mines in the Northwest Territories, Rayrock, Ontario, Bancroft and Elliott Lake, and Saskatchewan, Uranium City. By 1956, thousands of radioactive occurrences had been noted, and by 1959, 23 mines were in operation in 5 districts. In 1959, Canadian uranium exports were valued at $330 million, more than any other mineral exported from Canada that year. In the early 1960s, military demand for uranium declined, and in 1965, Canada imposed a policy of only selling uranium for peaceful purposes. This period marked the end of the first uranium boom, and saw a number of operating mines drop to 4. To assist the domestic uranium industry, the federal government initiated a stockpiling program to purchase uranium. This program ended in 1974 when demand for uranium power generation was sufficient to support the industry. I love the idea that there's just a big stack, or was a big stack of uranium sitting somewhere. I kind of want to imagine a pile with the prime minister just like kind of swimming on it, Scrooge McDuck style. Okay, so let's learn about. Okay, let's do the Eldorado Mining and Refining first. So Eldorado Mining and Refining Limited Company was originally organized in 1927 as Eldorado Gold Mines Limited to develop a gold mine in Manitoba. Its president, Gilbert Lebin, later found radioactive deposits at Great Bear Lake in the Northwest Territories in 1930, which led to the development of Eldorado Mine in Port Radium. They built a state-of-the-art refinery in Port Hope, Ontario in 1933. Radium production took place between 1933 and 1940 when World War II closed European markets for radium material. The other byproduct of the company was silver, copper, and uranium salts. Uranium was useless until scientists realized the enormous energy potential of the uranium atom. The company reopened the mine at Port Radium in 1942 to supply the United States military with uranium products. The Canadian government took over the company by purchasing share control in 1943, and in early 1944, the name was changed to Eldorado Mining and Refining Limited. In mid-1943, the district engineer of the Manhattan Engineer District, Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Nichols, had several queries from Canada relating to contracts Canadian firms Eldorado Gold Mines and Consolidated Mining and Smelting had for a secret atomic bomb project. CMS, or Comnico, was building a heavy water plant at Trail, British Columbia. I had no idea there was one there. And Eldorado was mining and processing uranium ore. He phoned C.D. Howe, the Minister of Everything, in Ottawa and arranged travel on the overnight train to Ottawa to see Howe the next day, June 14th. On arriving at the address given, Nichols was surprised to find that Howe was the Minister of Munitions and Supply and found him most friendly. Howe was told about the Manhattan Project, and Nichols was told that Eldorado was now a Crown company. The Crown Corporation held a monopoly on uranium prospecting and development in Canada until 1948. Together with the discovery of the Port Radium deposits, the Eldorado Company opened the Beaver Lodge mine at Uranium City, Saskatchewan. Let's go to Uranium City. We won't read the whole entry for all of these, but it entered production in 1953. In the 1960s, the nature of sales changed when the United States military ceased purchasing of Canadian uranium ores for the purpose of atomic weapons. And from then on, uranium was produced for power plants. During this period, the name of the company was changed to Eldorado Nuclear Limited, with Eldorado Aviation Limited operating flights to Port Radium. The Crown Corporation was dismantled in 1988 and merged with assets of the Saskatchewan Mining Development Corporation, SMDC, to become the Cameco Corporation. The old records of the company are housed in the National Archives of Canada, which I've been to and are kind of cool. Wow, that's really north. Okay. The MacArthur River uranium mine, which is a different distance from Uranium City. The MacArthur River uranium mine in northern Saskatchewan, Canada, is the world's largest high-grade uranium deposit. The MacArthur River deposit was discovered in 1988. The property is located 620 air kilometers north of Saskatoon, and 80 kilometers northeast of the Key Lake Mill in the uranium-rich Athabasca Basin. Mine construction began in 1997, with production commencing in 1999. The mine achieved full commercial production in November 2000. Production is regulated at 18.7 million pounds of yellow cake a year, with the ore being processed through the Key Lake Mill. I think Valiant G. Sorry, your yellow cake reference just flew straight by me when you first mentioned it, but I'm pretty sure you mentioned yellow cake earlier in the stream. Between 2020 30. No, it was during the gold. Sorry, I saw it. I just didn't react to it. Now I remember it. Between 2000 and 2013, the MacArthur River Key Lake operation has produced 250.6 million pounds of U3O8. Note that this production figure includes production from the former Key Lake mine as well as that derived from MacArthur River mine. Between 2000 and 2013, in 2012, MacArthur River was the world's largest producing uranium mine, accounting for 13% of world mine production. Wow, 13% of the world is a very large number. Canada as a whole produces 15% of the world's uranium production. In late 2017, citing continued low uranium prices, Cameco announced that the MacArthur River Key Lake operation would suspend production for approximately 10 months starting at the end of January 2018. In July 2018, Cameco announced that this shutdown would extend for an indefinite period of time pending an upswing in the uranium market. Times are tough in uranium. What do you know? Okay, I think that's enough that we've learned about uranium. That was kind of neat. One of the things I really like about the stream, and I hope you guys are getting something out of it too, I am actually learning stuff that I did not know before. So I'm glad I did this. Eat. Your meal arrives. Can't remember the last time you had rabbit stew as tasty as this. You pay $10 and then leave. Sleep in hotel. You look for a hotel. You see one ahead on the right. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up in 8 hours later and you are in perfect condition. You pay $30 then leave. Turn on lights. Look. Map. Northeast. African lion safari in 50 kilometers? What? Welcome to Kitchener, population 334,000. Let's just blast through Ontario and get to Saskatchewan. Okay, you're traveling near Mennonite farms. Maybe I should start asking chat whether or not... I think I'm going to start asking chat whether or not we should start picking up murderous hitchhikers. Georgian Bay Provincial Forest. Welcome to Sudbury, Ontario, population 157,000. Another thing that I would potentially consider doing is taking a look at what the populations of these cities are now. Drive safely, buckle up. Don't tell me what to do. Welcome to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, population 84,000. Put on seatbelt. It's already on. Health. Ravenous and a bit tired. We'll eat. Look for a restaurant, manage to find one, your meal arrives, you enjoy a delicious breakfast. You pay $10 and then leave. Turn off lights. Northwest. Oh no, you have a flat tire. With much heaving and straining, you manage to change the tire. You are driving on the north shore of Lake Superior. Get gas. Takes you a while, but you finally get to one. You fill your tank and pay. Very hungry, very tired, so let's eat. You look for a restaurant, manage to find one, the fine System Chalks Cafe. We're going to push a little bit further just so I can try and get a decent bedtime. Northwest. Too dark to drive without your lights on. Turn on lights. Continue. Ouch, you've been in an accident. It's a good thing you had your seatbelt on. That's 2 accidents I've been in. I'm assuming it's because I'm too tired. Yeah. Radio help. After a short wait, the tow truck arrives and the driver fixes your truck. Because you were wearing your seatbelt, the repairs cost you only $100. Turn on truck. Continue. Entering the Central Standard Time Zone. Set clock. Continue. Sleep in hotel. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and are a bit hungry. Pay $30 and then leave. Go west, young man. Welcome to Manitoba, the land of 100,000 lakes. Turn off lights. Continue. You cross over the Assiniboine River. Welcome to Brandon, population 40,000. Health. I'm ravenous, so... You devour the delectable frog's legs and mushrooms. You pay $10 and then leave. And I'm only doing that because the food in Saskatchewan... Welcome to Saskatchewan, Canada's breadbasket. Last time we ate in Saskatchewan, it was overcooked and greasy, so... You can see your house from here. Nice. All right. To the northwest, and then northeast for Prince Albert. Turn on lights. Continue. So apparently you can't see your house from here anymore. Oh, yeah? Well, it's 1 of 4, so... how's my health? Very hungry and a bit tired. We'll eat when we get to Prince Albert. I'm in it! So Saskatoon it is. I was going to guess Saskatoon, but that felt too obvious, so... You don't want... From Prince Albert. Well, I got to get my uranium there. It's already in line. I keep forgetting to get uranium. Good old Shaft one. Let's create some lore that the generic mining company Shaft 1 is actually like an underground passageway that connects all of these other mines. So here's a clue to your next commodity. This food group is a good source of vitamins, commonly used in salads. Over 574 million worth was produced in 1988. Actually, this is a hard... Salads. It's like potatoes not really a salad thing. Neither is wheat. Lettuce? I don't think lettuce is in the commodity table, though. You get a couple of tries, so does anybody have any better ideas than lettuce? Oh, tomatoes. Wait. So you know, you must have played this on your computer lab computers, Izzy's TARDIS. Oh wait, no. So if you're getting PR, then probably you didn't go to school in Canada, because that's exactly what people would do when they could edit the the commodity tables. Okay, well let's try lettuce, tomato. I definitely feel like tomatoes are also. It's a bit of a stretch, but let's try. Oh, you did high school. Okay. Nope, that's not it. Nope. That's not either. The commodity that you need is vegetables. Are you serious? Oh yeah, it's right there. But we get to knock off another province because there's vegetables in Fredericton. So we could go to Drummondville, Windsor. We've already been to Quebec. We've already been to Ontario. So, loop. Yeah, let's lock. I think I'm really hungry. Yeah, so eat. You look for a restaurant, manage to find one. Your meal arrives. You satisfy your hunger with a local favorite, pierogies and Saskatoon berry pie. Yeah, but we have some specificity with beef. By the way, hogs are a commodity, so I really love the idea of having some kind of like Ninja Turtles spin-off develop by the hogs being stored beside the uranium. All right, let's get some sleep too. Yeah, so we're going to go on a little bit of a journey on the way to Fredericton. Vegetables are kind of generic, so I don't think I'm really going... Like, I'd like to do stuff about Canada and whatnot, but I feel like vegetables is a little bit too general. You pass Batoche, the site of Louis Riel's last stand. Oh, I could do something about Louis Riel, though. There's actually a comic about Louis Riel, so... which I haven't actually read, but he let Leslie Nielsen was actually in a movie about Louis Riel, which I didn't know until I looked at Leslie Nielsen's filmography. A bit hungry, but we'll power on to the East Coast. Talk about Batu. I don't know what that is. Would you like to tell us? I'm going to Google it, but while you're at it, Izzy's TARDIS, could you enlighten us? Who was it? Uncle Cranky had a good one. He says, "Welcome to Regina. You'll be arrested if you make the obvious joke." Or I think it was, I don't know. He said it better. Oh, it's where Louis Riel was defeated. I didn't know. Okay, my apology. I knew about the defeat. I did not know that was the. I did not know that was the. I know it's a national site. Reading the article, I now see that it's a national historical site. I'm ashamed to admit I did not actually know the name of it. So, here we go. Batouche, Saskatchewan was the site of the historical Battle of Batouche during the Northwest Rebellion. The battle resulted in the defeat of Louis Riel and his Métis forces by Major General Frederick Middleton and his Northwest Field Force. At the time, it was a small village of some 500 residents. It has since become depopulated and now has few residents. The 1885 church building and a few other historic buildings have been preserved at the site of National Historic... Or is it Batoche? My partner is into Due South, and Leslie Nielsen shows up in an episode playing a straight but tortured character. We couldn't stop laughing reading it as deadpan. And the next episode he was in, he was comic relief character. I still need to see Due South. The Métis settlement of, I'm going to say Batoche, was established in 1872, but in 1885 it numbered 500 people. The Métis of the area settled on river lots, and the community contained several stores as well as the Roman Catholic Church of Saint Antoine de Padoue. Sorry about the French pronunciation. At the time of the rebellion, Batoche was the de facto capital of Riel's provisional government of Saskatchewan. Actually, you know what? Let's do the Northwest Rebellion, because this is actually an interesting bit of history. Batoche, okay. Batoche is a South Branch settlement. It is situated mainly along the east bank in South Saskatchewan River between the St. Laurent and Fish Creek. The area is part of the Aspen Parkland biome. This community consisted mostly of Francophones and Roman Catholics. So, what is the Northwest Rebellion? I'm not going to do, again, like the full article is quite long and it's an interesting bit of Canadian history. Sad bit of Canadian history, but the Northwest Rebellion of 1885 was a rebellion by the Métis people under Louis Riel. Oh, I should explain. Okay, the Métis is a Aboriginal group. So Métis people of Canada are specific cultural communities that trace their descent to First Nations and European settlers, primarily the French, in the early decades of the colonization of the West. These Métis people are recognized as one of Canada's Aboriginal peoples under the Constitution Act of 1982, along with First Nations and Inuit people. April 8th, 2014, the Supreme Court, I don't want modern stuff, I want... Métis initially developed as mixed race descendants of early unions between First Nations and colonial-era European settlers. usually Indigenous women and French settler men. Within generations, particularly in central and western Canada, a distinct Métis culture developed. The women in unions in eastern Canada were usually Wabanaki, Algonquin, and Menominee. I'm sorry, the third group I'm not familiar with. In western Canada, they were the Saulteaux, Cree, and Ojibwe, Dakota, Lakota, or of mixed descent from these peoples. The unions with European men engaged in the fur trade in the Old Northwest were often of the type known as marriage à la façon du pays, according to the custom of the country. So let's talk about the Northwest Rebellion. The Northwest Rebellion, I'll just do the top of it, and if there's other details, maybe we'll do some of the background. So, the Northwest Rebellion of 1885 was a rebellion by the Métis people under Louis Riel and an associated uprising by First Nations Cree and Assiniboine of the District of Saskatchewan against the government of Canada. Many Métis felt Canada was not protecting their rights, their land, and their survival as a distinct people. Riel had been invited to lead the movement of protest. He turned it into a military action with a heavy religious tone. This alienated Catholic clergy, whites, and most Indigenous tribes and some Métis. But he had the allegiance of a couple of hundred armed Métis, a smaller number of other Indigenous warriors, and at least one white man at Batoche in May 1885, confronting 900 Canadian militia plus some armed local residents. About 91 people would die in the fighting that occurred that spring before the rebellion's collapse. Despite some notable early victories at Duck Lake, Fish Creek, and Cut Knife, the rebellion ended when the Métis were defeated at the siege of Batoche. The remaining Aboriginal allies scattered. Riel was captured and put on trial. He was convicted of treason, and despite many pleas across Canada for amnesty, he was hanged. Riel became a historic martyr for Francophone Canada, and ethnic tensions escalated into a major national division whose repercussions continue to be felt. Due to the key role that the Canadian Pacific Railway played in transporting troops, conservative political support for it increased, and Parliament authorized funds to complete the country's first transcontinental railway. Although only a few hundred people were directly affected in Saskatchewan, the rebellion's lack of success contributed to the eventual assurance that the prairie provinces would be controlled by English speakers with a very limited Francophone presence, and to the alienation of French speakers across Canada who were embittered by the repression of their countrymen. As you can see, very complicated bit of history as well, which I wish I sort of understood better. Very hungry and a bit tired. To Winnipeg. You passed through the city of Portage-la-Prairie. Or at the very least, I didn't know the name of the defeat. Or the location of the defeat. Health. Let's eat. Back to Faye's. My meal arrives. Delicious. You pay $10 and then leave. I think I said we were going to Fredericton. Look at high school taught me something. Yeah, I actually got that in elementary school. Or middle school. Middle school is either late elementary or middle school. I don't remember. But I grew up in BC, so it's obviously not as... when we hear about the railway, it's like, yes, and it ended in Vancouver. And obviously it's a way that we connected. I mean, it's hard to get more west than, from the capital. So to us, the railway is kind of like unambiguously good. And perhaps, ferrying troops to, or transporting troops to crush a rebellion quickly is a little bit more of an ambiguous little bit of history for that. So you look for a gas station. You find one not far away. You fill your tank and pay. How am I? Very tired. What time is it? Let's go one more. Southeast. We've traveled 23,000 kilometers already. Welcome to Thunder Bay. Sleep in hotel. You manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and are very hungry. So we'll turn off our lights and eat. You look for a restaurant, see one ahead on the right. I say I own this joint, I'm not paying, but I enjoy a delicious breakfast anyway and leave $10 after I think better of it. On to Fredericton. Well, Fredericton in a bit. One thing that surprised you at the same time that the British colonialists declared Australia terra nullius. They were signing treaties with Indigenous people in Canada. I actually don't know. This is one of the shames about my understanding of Australia is I have a much better... Turn on lights. I actually have a much better understanding of Canadian history than I do Australian history. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, chat. Do we pick up the hitchhiker or not? I'm going to turn on the wipers. And Isaacson says, speaking of native tribes, Samurai CCJ, who sometimes hangs out here, is from a larger northeastern tribe that owns quite a few casinos through the U.S. Oh, I didn't know it was the same person. Oh, looks like the hitchhiker went away, so... Oh, hey, we still can. Got to visit one while up there hanging out. Thanks to his family's kindness, they had a few places with historical facts about their tribe. It was neat. So yeah, I remember this story, and I just didn't realize it was Samurai CCJ. That's really neat. Canadian Aborigines didn't get great treatment from what you can tell, but recognition as a people that exist is a step way beyond from what your people received. If you're snowing, if you're cold, he's scared. Scared it off with your windscreen wipers, but it didn't get far. All right. So I'm taking this. This is all right. Thank you very much. All right. With a carefree wave, your passenger departs. All right. Ravenous and a bit tired. Let's enjoy some French cuisine. French Canadian cuisine. You wolf down your meal quickly. We didn't even see what it was. All right, to the northeast. Very tired. Let's try to get to Chicoutimi before we go to sleep. Oh, actually, that I screwed up because I'm going to have a weird... turn off lights. I'm going to have a weird sleep schedule now. So we'll eat, look for a restaurant, manage to find one. Meal arrives. Enjoy a delicious breakfast. And then... you look for a hotel, drive and finally find one, manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later and in perfect condition, and let's get gas while we can. You look for a gas station, takes you a while, but you finally get to one, you fill your tank and pay, and to the southeast. Oh, the St. Lawrence River is frozen at this time of year and the ferry is closed. You must take another route. All right, south to Quebec it is. Quebec City, that is. Turn on lights. Continue. I mean, I suppose theoretically you could hit the wait option enough that the seasons change and you get the ferry. All right, northeast. Chat, how do you feel about picking up another hitchhiker? What about going over the ice in an ice road truck? Man, you guys are going to get me robbed. Run over hitchhiker. Don't understand the word run. Sure you don't. Picking up hitchhikers can be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to? Oui. Kick out. You cross into New Brunswick and the Atlantic Standard Time Zone. Welcome to Edmundston, New Brunswick, population 23,000. With a carefree wave, your passenger departs. All right, so we're going to go southeast to Fredericton when we can. Very hungry, so let's enjoy some Atlantic Canadian cuisine. My meal arrives and it's a delicious. It's Canada. What's the worst that you can happen? They cannot say sorry. You can get robbed in this game, Izzy Stardust. I don't want to lose my commodities. I'm in perfect condition. Wait, I can't go to... Oh, right, it's southeast. Can I just assume you all want me to pick up every single hitchhiker? Because it looks like Eyes of Sin likes it. Izzy Stardust likes it. Valiant Cheese at least wanted me to pick up someone who was cold and in the snow. Does anybody want me to not pick up the hitchhiker? Not this one. Gets your vote. Oh, we've got a split chat. Does anybody want to be the tiebreaker? I like how he has his pocket out. It's like but what's being held in this hand? Nah. All right, that's 2-on-1. This one, he looks shifty. You can leave him? All right. You were driving beside the majestic St. John River. Can we feed him? By the way, I absolutely love the fact that, like, in this game, to stop the truck, you hit enter, which means that every hitchhiker, you just stop and just stare at the hitchhiker and then drive away in silence. All right, it's 1 a.m, so pick up vegetables. Lock, set, clock, health. We'll sleep in the truck this time. Managed to fall asleep without some difficulty. Ah! Another 300 off the gas bill if we get zinc. That is available in Bathurst as well as Hay River and Yellowknife, so that's not too hard to get. He looks like Fred from Scooby Gang. Oh, is that the last one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 11? All right, we're at the end. Zinc is available in Bathurst, so we'll grab that. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the other Atlantic provinces. And we won't be able to see my beloved British Columbia. But let's go out with style, because we have probably got a fortune in gas bills. Welcome Bathurst. Get zinc. Generic mining company is like, oh god, this guy again. Once we ran out of fuel around 5 a.m. once, I had a small car. We were about 2 kilometers or so from a petrol station, so the guy I was with help decided to just push it. The car conked out on a flat, so we had some good momentum. We were able to push it for another 600 meters before we hit an incline. As we're working to push it uphill, a guy stops and asks what up. I say that we ran out of fuel, and the guy silently rolls up his window and drives away. It's like, just want to know the state of the world right now. Not going to help you. Have a good one, guys. Gas. All right. See one ahead on the right. Inventory. I shouldn't be laughing about that. That must have sucked. But all right. So it's March. So now you get to see what the ending of Crosscountry Canada is. We specifically asked if you ran out of fuel. Turn on wipers. Continue. Turn off wipers. Turn on lights. I'm curious if the ferry's open now that it's March. St. Lawrence River is frozen at this time of year and the ferry is closed. You must take another route. All right. Health. Ravenous. Let's eat. Meal arrives. The food is overcooked and greasy. I'm never coming back to you, New Brunswick. It's okay. I'm usually up for an adventure, and that wasn't the worst you've had. I'm glad you've got a good sense about it. Set clock. And let's go southwest again. I should look into sleeping if I can, but... what's my health at? Bit hungry, bit tired. Let's get it out of the way. To Montreal. Montreal I've actually been to recently. I had a really good time there actually, but... I think I'll just go straight west. National Museum of Science and Technology in 80 kilometers. I've actually been there. My favorite museums in Ottawa, though, are... I've definitely been by Parliament a lot. Yeah, probably my favorite museums in Ottawa are the War Museum and the Canadian History Museum. Nature Museum was quite fun, but I don't have a membership to it. I've gotten a much better appreciation of art by going to the National Gallery. The Mint is kind of fun, but I don't know if I'd like go back to the Mint because I kind of knew quite a bit. I definitely like going back to the Currency Museum though, because I feel like there's a lot there. What else? I haven't been to the Diefenbunker yet. That's a Cold War museum. And Science and Technology wasn't necessarily bad. It just didn't quite do it for me like some of the other ones did. And then I feel like I'm missing another one. I'd like to do the aerospace one, and then I think there's an agricultural one as well. You've been to the History Museum, skipped the War Museum, been to the Mint, Currency Museum as well. Are you talking about the one at the Bank of Canada, or is there a different one now? Or it could be that the Currency Museum was moved into the Bank of Canada. There's like a fairly recent one, like within the past year or so. I think it opened for Canada 150. How's my health? Ravenous. Okay, let's eat in Ottawa. Meal arrives, you savor the roast duck and applesauce. You pay $10 and then leave. I've never had duck, but apparently it's all over the place in Canada. You're driving beside the Ottawa River. Lights. Continue. Well, like the Bank of Canada is in like the monetary thought, like the equivalent of the Canadian equivalent of like the Central Reserve or the Bank of England. So it wouldn't be like a bank, but I'd be pretty surprised. Like unless you were in Ottawa, I guess 2 years ago, we're probably not talking about the same one. Very hungry and a bit tired. We just ate. Chat, what do you think? But you do recall it at an exhibition where they had free biscuits and someone, as someone roughing it a bit. That was my breakfast for most days during that trip. I wonder what museums do that now. I'd love to have it. I'd love to have some free food in a museum. What is chat's feeling about this fellow? Gives me a chance to get some water. Apologies to the YouTube crowd, by the way, because I know you probably just want to see what the ending of the game looks like, and you don't get a chance to vote on this, but this is an incentive to come watch the live streams. Valiant, it's Pixel Bob Ross, pick him up. Looks like this is the consensus in chat. So speak now or forever hold your peace. Pick up. Wait, did I lock? That's me holding down the delete button like an idiot. Okay. It's already locked. Yeah, this is going to be great. You see me like looking at the hitchhiker and like adjusting the lock a little bit. Thank you very much. So we've been in 2 accidents, but so far we haven't been robbed at knife point, so. Carefree wave, your passenger departs. All right. Weak from lack of food and almost exhausted, so. You look for a gas station, manage to find one. Yeah, let's eat. Restaurants are not open now. Okay. We'll eat in hotel. You look for a hotel, it takes you a while, but you finally get to one, manage to fall asleep without much difficulty. You wake up 8 hours later, and you are weak from lack of food. You pay $30 and then leave, so we eat. Meal arrives, you wolf down your meal quickly, pay $10 and leave. Turn off lights, map, northwest. Both accidents were caused by saboteurs disguised as hitchhikers. I've actually gotten in an accident with a hitchhiker. It doesn't behave any differently. So far as I can recall, at least. But set clock. Turn on lights to the west. I'm trying to think what would be the best way. I think I'll go to Brandon or health. Yeah, we'll carry on. You know, you guys in real life once. No. Yeah, you cross over the Assiniboine River. No, in the game, I don't think. Like, I kind of feel like you should get some kind of a penalty for carrying hitchhikers when it says don't pick them up, but. You're really cavalier about it. That guy was a dick. He had it coming. Ravenous and a bit tired. Sure, let's eat in Brandon. More delectable frog legs and mushrooms. All right. To the west. Well, this is probably is a guy who... This seems like a guy who needs to get to Saskatchewan. This could be Izzy's TARDIS, for all we know. Well, not guy in that case, but Izzy's TARDIS could... we don't know if it's a man or a woman here, but we do know they want to get to Saskatchewan. And I feel like that makes them worth picking up. Picking up hitchhikers can be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to? Oui. The Sasquatch headed for Saskatchewan. The carefree wave, your passenger departs. Sometimes they pay you. We've picked up enough hitchhikers that I feel like I should be getting paid. Very hungry, very tired. Let's go one more round. Although we did get into an accident last time that happened, so change flat. With much heaving and straining, you managed to change the tire. Pays us with waves and thanks. Welcome to Edmonton, capital of Alberta. So, eat. You look for a restaurant, you manage to find one, your meal arrives. You dine on calves, liver, and onions. You pay $10 and then leave. And I don't think... Yeah, so... Sleep schedule's all weird, but... It was Whitehorse we wanted to get to, right? I don't know why I'm looking at my tablet. Yes, Whitehorse. Should probably get gas at the next city too. Welcome to British Columbia, Pacific Time Zone. or so, whatever it said. Dawson Creek, BC, mile 0 of the Alaska Highway, population 9,900. Get gas. Have you tried phoning your family? What if it turns out you've got kids who miss you? Phone family. I don't understand that. You need to use a verb. Call family? I don't understand the word family. Oh, that's so sad. How are we for health? Very hungry? Okay, we'll eat in Dawson Creek. Restaurants are not open? Well, that's what I get for driving at weird hours. Chat? I will admit the people I know from Dawson's Creek are kind of shady. So, what is chat's feeling on picking up hitchhikers? I hope the ending has you learning the true meaning of family. Maybe this guy is your new family. Picking up hitchhikers can be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to? More carefree waves. All right, can I eat yet? I'm so hungry. A bit tired too. Right, to the northwest. Stop! Continue. Sorry, there's a little bit less commentary on this one. I just really don't have that much to say now that I can't use StatCan as my crutch. Let's eat. You look for a restaurant, you see one ahead to the right. Your meal arrives, you enjoy a delicious breakfast, pay $10 and then leave. All right. A bit tired, but we can still go on our way. So to the northwest. Welcome to the Yukon, home of the gold rush. And looks like it's a gravelly road again. Welcome to Watson Lake, Yukon Territory, population 1,600 something. And very tired. Let's try and make it anyway. Prospector Lounge, 120 kilometers. Turn on lights. Continue. Whitehorse, capital city of the Yukon Territories, population 18,200. Congratulations, mission accomplished. Yes, you only need to define buckle up once. You win shares in an oil well. Name, System Shock, starting city, Toronto, Ontario, destination city, Whitehorse, Yukon Territory. Starting date, March 7th, duration of trip, 24 days, kilometers traveled on land, 33,468. Gas, we spent 6,981, that's after the discount. Hotels, $570, $360 of food, $50 in tickets, $200 in repairs, nothing paid on for ferries, and $1,150 on daily wear. So total of $9,311 in terms of expenses. And the commodities we collected were steel, gold, chemicals, tobacco, vegetables, milk, cement, beef, iron, uranium, silver, and zinc. This is where we would do, print, trip, summary, display. Display is the same. Some of the other endings you can get like a trip to Ottawa. That was what I got last night when I was testing this. And I don't remember some of the other endings, actually. Getting the oil well one is the really weird one, because because that's what happens. You get truck drivers to go across the country getting very random items, and then you pay them in shares in an oil well. Trip to Ottawa where you've driven on your own before. What was particularly funny on that one was it was like somewhere in Ontario was the final city. So I basically drove out of Ontario to get to the final city, and then it basically rewarded me with like, okay, Grand Old Duke of York, go down the hill again. So if you wanted to play it again, you can say start over, and we get the items here. I maybe don't quite have another 4.5 hours. By the way, Crosscountry Canada does not take. Sorry, what am I doing? This is DOS. Crosscountry Canada does definitely not take 4.5 hours to go through. I stretched that out a lot, but this is on the Internet Archive, so I think its author is the one. Here we go. Set up your own game. Part 1 of this program will allow you to set up a game of your own specifications and save it for later use. Part 2 of this program will allow you to make up to 4 commodities of your own and reassign the commodities to any of the 80 cities contained in the program. You can save up to 9 commodity assignment tables in each directory. So set up commodities, type the number 0 through 9 of the commodity table that you want to change. So in this case, we change 0. After you finish making your changes, you must save the new table. Type the number 1 through 9 that you want to give to the new table. So 1. No, we do not accept that as is. So, chat, we get to add 4 commodities. What are some of your suggestions? And what did you guys think of Cross Country? So if you want, please give me a commodity suggestion if you have one. And of course, geez, what do you guys think of Cross Country Canada? Also, you can let me know what you thought of the interludes with kind of Canadiana and different details and whatnot. Yeah, I'd love to know what your thoughts are. Man, what's a Canadian thing that wouldn't be in like the 91 version of this game? You kind of forgot about this game until now? Yeah, what I did this for like I think half an hour on one stream, and everybody was like, "Why didn't you go to the end? I've never seen the end of the game." Or like, "I really like this one." So for Canada Moz in the game, it should be Canada. Okay, yeah. This is like the one time, because like every computer lab had the one commodity table where it was full of drugs, but you're absolutely right. It is legal in Canada. So, what else could we do? Movies that nobody watches. Oh. Asbestos is actually already in the default commodity tables. I gave you guys the story of Leo Major. We gotta run with that one, right? I'm gonna go with actors. Actually, I should probably have made it actors, not badasses. Anybody else got their fourth commodity that they want, or should I just call it candy asses? Absolutely not. Now, I don't actually know if all of these are... So there's some cities which don't have the commodities. So we could say... Wait, do I have to type it in? Did I spell cannabis wrong? Badasses from Banff. Banff. Terry Fox. Oh, that would have been a good one. I gotta find a... Okay. Stop, please. I've learned my lesson. Yeah, I have to type this in. So we had Cannabis Badasses, Poutine, and was it Actors was the other one that I did? No, Cheese. What am I saying? That's got to be in Quebec. Um, Stop, please. I know. There we go. How do I get out of this? Okay, escape when you finish the chain. Oh. All right. So then you could make more changes. You could save and quit. So I believe what you can do is you can say, okay, now I want to change commodity table number 1. And we'll save it into number 2. Oh, no, you can't. Okay. So you just wind up adding the other 4. Fair enough. Cheese has not been assigned to a city. All right. Anyways, you guys get the idea. No point in belaboring this. If you you've pressed the key many times, you must be punished many times. So where can you play this? I'm pretty sure if you just do a Google search for it, you'll be fine. But in this case, it is at archive.org/details/MS-DOS_crosscountry, all one word, CROSSCOUNTRY_Canada_1991. And for those of you who want to relive some fond childhood memories, as I think most of the people who are checking this out, that is the link where I'll be playing it. To my understanding, this is a legitimate copy of the game that has been given to the Internet Archive. Like, the authors of the game are aware of its presence here and have blessed it. I believe there's actually an interview with the developers on this thing being released there. But I'm done for tonight. It's actually just midnight. I wasn't expecting to go this long, but I had a good time with it. So I hope you guys enjoyed Crosscountry Canada. You'll forgive me if I don't make that Monday stream. I'm rather ready for something different. I think I have an idea about what I'm going to do on Monday, but I'm not 100% sure on that yet. I'll be recording another episode of The Elder Scrolls Morrowind this weekend, so I hope you look forward to that. If you don't watch that, that's totally fine, because it's not for everyone. And then, yeah, the usual schedule applies. I am going to be doing a Paradox strategy game on Monday. Pre-recorded Elder Scrolls, the next episode of that on Tuesday. Again, that is always conditional on things going right. So usually I'm able to get it recorded properly. Usually I'm able to get it converted. Every once in a while, there's a technical issue that will cause me to either start it later or I have to move it to another day. But generally, the YouTube uploads tend to work no matter what. Wednesday and Friday, we finished BattleTech. So while I'm not completely abandoning it, I do still want to do a couple of career mode moments. I think I'm going to try something different, for the next little while. It'd be good to change it up. It'd be good to play some of the stuff that I've had on the list. In the near term, though, I am going to be going back to more Six Ages. I'll be trying to clean up some of the other stuff that I've played in the past. And I don't know. I got some stuff I'm really looking forward to. But until then, thank you very much for watching. And I think I'm going to host Azure Wind, because Azure Wind is doing BattleTech. He's given me a couple of very kind hosts in the past, and I actually really like watching him play BattleTech. So if you guys are not sick of watching BattleTech with me, I'd love it if you'd come along to Azure Wind's channel and check out how he handles a blind Iron Man playthrough. He's definitely a braver man than I am. And thank you very much for hanging out for the whole stream, Valiant Cheese, and all of you. It was a lot of fun to do this. So thank you, and we'll see you next one.